Despite my better judgment, curiosity overpowered my caution. I swiped the screen to answer, pressing the phone to my ear. A pause lingered on the line, filled only by the low hum of the connection. Then, a voice uncannily similar to mine, down to the subtle lilt at the end of each phrase, whispered, "Look outside." The command was simple, yet it carried an ominous weight. I hesitated, my hand freezing on the curtain. What could possibly be outside at this hour? The rational part of my brain concocted a dozen benign explanations, but the primal, instinctual part of me braced for something sinister. With a deep breath, I crept to the window, my movements slow and deliberate. The blinds were cold under my fingertips as I gently nudged them aside, peering into the night. The street was bathed in the soft glow of the streetlights, casting long, wavering shadows across the pavement. But it was empty. No cars, no people, nothing that justified the mysterious call. Confused and more than a little unnerved, I dropped the blinds back into place and turned around, intending to dismiss the whole incident as a prank. But the phone rang again, its shrill tone making me flinch. "Number blocked again," I answered, my voice tight with frustration. "Look closer," the same voice instructed, a hint of urgency threading through the whisper this time. Driven by a mix of fear and intrigue, I approached the window once more. This time I scanned the street more thoroughly, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow to shadow, searching for any sign of movement or anomaly. Nothing seemed amiss until my gaze landed on the far corner of the street, where the light from the lamppost didn't quite reach. Squinting, I could just make out a figure, standing utterly still, shrouded in darkness. My heart skipped a beat. The figure was distant yet distinctly human-shaped. Who were they, and why were they just standing there? As I watched, the figure seemed to sense my scrutiny, its head tilting slightly as if looking back at me. The phone crackled in my hand, pulling my attention back. "Do you see now?" the voice asked, a note of satisfaction mingling with the whisper. "Yes," I replied, my voice barely above a breath. "Who is this? What do you want?" "Go to the door," the voice commanded, ignoring my questions. Every instinct screamed that this was a terrible idea, but the magnetic pull of the unknown propelled me forward. I crept down the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. Reaching the front door, I hesitated, my hand hovering over the knob. Taking another fortifying breath, I swung the door open. The street was quiet, the night air cool and still. The figure was no longer in the shadows. Instead, it stood at the end of my driveway, a dark silhouette outlined against the faint light. Paralyzed, I watched as it began to move toward me, its steps slow and measured. As it came closer, details emerged from the darkness. The figure was dressed entirely in black, its face obscured by a hood. But it was the familiarity in its gait, the set of its shoulders, that sent a chill down my spine. It moved like me, mirrored my own posture and nuances so perfectly that for a moment, I wondered if I was staring at some bizarre reflection. Stopping just short of the porch light, the figure lifted its head and the hood fell back to reveal a face identical to mine. My breath caught in my throat. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out, my voice a mix of fear and fascination. The doppelganger smiled, a gesture so eerily similar to my own that it was disconcerting. "I'm what you could have been," it said, its voice a perfect echo of mine. "I'm here to show you the paths not taken, the lives not lived." But why, I asked, my mind reeling from the impossibility of it all. "Because tonight is a crossroads," it replied, stepping into the light fully, "and you have a choice to make." The doppelganger went on to explain that on certain nights when the veil between realities grew thin, one might catch a glimpse of their other selves. These were the echoes of decisions made differently, lives led in parallel universes nevertheless influenced our own in unseen ways. The figure standing before me was just such an echo, a version of myself that had made different choices, leading to a life divergent from my own. "You see," it continued, the tone eerily calm. Every decision you make sends ripples through the cosmos. Tonight you are granted the rare opportunity to understand the consequences of your choices, to see how different paths might have shaped you. I listened, my mind swirling with confusion and awe. The concept was fantastical, something out of a science fiction novel, yet here it stood before me, as real as the night air I breathed. Why show me this? Why now? I pressed, desperate for clarity. The doppelganger's eyes, so similar to my own yet filled with an enigmatic depth, looked back at me with a mixture of compassion and sternness. Because you are at a juncture. You are facing decisions that could alter your course profoundly. Tonight, I offer you insight, the chance to see the outcomes before you choose. It was an overwhelming offer. The potential to see what each decision might lead to could be invaluable. Yet there was a heaviness to it, a gravity that suggested such knowledge might carry a price. How can I see these outcomes? How do I choose? I asked, my voice a mixture of curiosity and caution. The doppelganger stepped closer, reaching into the darkness of its coat and pulling out a small, luminescent orb. The light it emitted was soft but clear, casting no shadows, only a warm glow that seemed to pulse with potential. This orb will guide you, it said, offering it to me. With it you can glimpse the lives you might lead, but remember, knowledge changes the knower. What you learn tonight cannot be unlearned. I hesitated, the weight of the decision pressing down on me. The desire to know was powerful, but I was acutely aware that such knowledge could change everything. Finally, with a tentative hand, I took the orb. Its surface was smooth and cool, vibrating with the strange energy that seemed to resonate through my very being. Look into the orb, the doppelganger instructed. Focus on the decisions before you, and it will show you the paths. I did as instructed, peering into the heart of the glowing sphere. The light within swirled and shifted, images beginning to form and fade with dizzying speed. I saw flashes of myself in various scenarios, some filled with joy, others with regret. Lives where I was wildly successful, lives where I struggled, lives touched by profound love, and others marred by loss. Story 2. It was one of those shifts that felt endless. I'd been driving the Route 27 night bus for over a decade, but tonight there was an unnerving chill in the air, the kind that seeps into your bones no matter how high you crank up the heat. The clock had just struck midnight, and the dimly lit streets of the city were slick with rain, reflecting the neon lights in a kaleidoscope of colors. As a late-night bus driver, you get used to the silence, the solitude, and occasionally the peculiar. You learn every creak of your bus, the rhythm of the tires splashing through puddles, and the soft buzz of the aging fluorescent lights above. It's a solitary job, but I liked it that way. It gave me time to think, to lose myself in the hum of the engine and the dance of shadows along the deserted streets. Tonight the bus was unusually quiet. The last few passengers had gotten off at the previous stops, leaving me to my thoughts and the empty echo of the bus as it rumbled towards the end of the line. I glanced at the rearview mirror, a habit I had developed over the years, always keeping an eye out just in case. That's when I saw someone sitting at the back of the bus. I frowned, trying to recall if I had stopped to pick up anyone within the last few hours, but I couldn't. I hadn't stopped, not since the lady with the green umbrella got off near the library. There was no way someone could have slipped on without me noticing. I prided myself on keeping a tight ship. No one rides for free on my watch. Curiosity piqued. I kept my eyes on the road and spoke to the figure through the rearview mirror. Last stop coming up. Time to get ready to head out. There was no response, just the silent, unmoving figure sitting in the shadows. As we neared the last stop, the pit of my stomach tightened with an inexplicable sense of dread. Pulling into the terminal, the harsh overhead lights of the bus depot flooded the bus, stark against the darkness outside. I parked and called out again. "End of the line, buddy." time to hop off silence. I sighed, preparing myself to confront a sleeper, or perhaps someone too intoxicated to realize they had reached their destination. As I walked down the aisle, the bus felt colder, the air thick with a tension that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I reached the back of the bus, my heart pounding louder with each step. But as I arrived at the last row, the seat was empty. There was no sign of anyone. Confused and more than a little spooked, I checked under the seats and even the small bathroom at the back of the bus. Nothing. No one was there. The realization that I had seen someone who wasn't there shook me. I hurried back to the driver's seat, eager to leave the depot and head back to the safety and brightness of the city. Maybe it was the fatigue, I told myself. Maybe just a trick of the light or a shadow. My mind was probably playing tricks on me after so many hours behind the wheel. Yet the unease stayed with me as I drove back along the empty route. The streets seemed darker, the night more oppressive. At every stop, I double-checked the rear-view mirror, half expecting to see that figure sitting at the back again. But each time, there was nothing. By the time I reached the depot where my shift ended, I was a bundle of nerves, rattled by what I might or might not have seen. The next night, I approached my shift with a sense of trepidation, but also a grim sort of curiosity. The bus was an old friend, one that had carried countless passengers to their destinations over the years. Perhaps, I reasoned, it had also picked up a few memories, some remnants of those who had ridden this route before. Tonight I would pay closer attention, watchful and wary. As the hours ticked by, the normality of the route began to calm my nerves. Passengers came and went, each absorbed in their own late-night worlds. It wasn't until I approached the same stretch of road where I had seen the figure the night before that I felt the atmosphere change, the temperature drop, a familiar chill settling in the air. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I saw nothing but the empty bus. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of not being alone. It was then I remembered an old driver's tale, one often shared over coffee in the break room, a tale of a passenger who boarded the bus one rainy night and never left, a spirit caught in a loop, riding the last bus to nowhere. Story 3. When I signed the lease for the old apartment on the corner of Montrose and Baker, the landlord, a wiry man with too many keys jangling from his belt, made no mention of hidden doors or mysterious rooms. Perhaps that omission was intentional, or perhaps even he was unaware of the secrets his building held. The move was the fresh start I needed. Having spent the last few years hopping from one sublet to another, the permanence of a lease was both a comfort and a novelty. My furniture was sparse: a mattress, a couple of chairs, and boxes of books that always seemed to outnumber the shelves I owned. The apartment itself was charming in a shabby, lived-in sort of way, with high ceilings and large, drafty windows that looked out over the bustling street below. It was while I was unpacking, late one evening, that I discovered the anomaly. The closet in the bedroom was deep, extending back further than seemed typical, and it was there, behind a stack of old winter coats that smelled faintly of mothballs, that I found the door. It was a plain thing, painted the same peeling white as the rest of the apartment's trim, with a simple brass knob that felt cold to the touch. Curiosity piqued, I turned the knob. The door opened with a creak that spoke of long disuse, revealing not another closet or a forgotten storage space, but a small, completely empty room. Its walls were bare plaster, and it had no other doors or windows. Intrigued, I stepped inside to explore further, my footsteps echoing oddly in the confined space. Without warning, the door swung shut behind me with a definitive click. I turned, my heart rate picking up, and reached for the knob only to find nothing but smooth plaster where the door had been. Panic surged as I pressed my hands against the wall, searching for any sign of the door, but it was as if it had never existed. Hours seemed to pass as I explored the boundaries of my new prison, The room was no more than 8 feet by 8 feet, utterly featureless except for the chillingly blank walls. My shouts for help, though loud in the tight space, were swallowed whole by the thick plaster and the secrets it kept. With time, the initial surge of panic gave way to a numbing acceptance. My mind raced through possible explanations, hallucinations, a trick, a dream. But the cold, hard floor against my sitting bones was all too real, and no pinch could wake me from this nightmare. It was when I had almost given up hope that I noticed something peculiar about the wall opposite where the door had been. In the dim light, a faint outline seemed to hover just before the plaster. It was subtle, a trick of the light perhaps, but I was desperate. I pressed my hand against the outline, and to my astonishment, it yielded under my touch, swinging inward with silent grace. I found myself looking into another room similar in size, but this one was furnished. A small desk sat against one wall, a dusty lamp perched atop it, its bulb flickering feebly as if it too was unsure of its reality. On the desk lay a stack of papers, yellowed with age, and a pen that looked as though it had not touched ink in decades. The papers were journal entries, dating back years, perhaps decades. They told stories of others like me who had found the door, stepped through, and found themselves trapped. Some had escaped, like I had, finding their way through the labyrinth of hidden rooms and secret doors. Others, it seemed, had not been so lucky. Armed with this new knowledge, I pushed forward, moving from room to room to room, each door leading to another puzzle, another piece of the story. The building was a maze, a network of forgotten spaces hidden between the known rooms, between the walls recorded in blueprints and leases. Each room held clues, more journals, photographs of people I did not recognize, old toys, trinkets, all discarded or forgotten by those who had passed this way before. I pieced together the stories, the histories interwoven with my own, as I searched for a way out. Story 4. The trail stretched before me, a winding ribbon of dirt and rock hemmed in by towering pines and thick underbrush. The air was crisp, carrying the fresh scent of pine needles and earth, a perfume only found deep within the woods. I had set out early, determined to enjoy a full day of solitude and hiking, escaping the relentless pace of city life. As the morning progressed, the trail became steeper and more isolated, taking me further away from the familiar comforts of well-traveled paths. The quiet was profound, broken only by the occasional call of a distant bird or the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. It was exactly what I had come seeking: peace, solitude, and a moment to reconnect with nature. Hours into the hike, I found myself on a less defined section of the trail, where the forest seemed to close in around me. The shadows were longer here, the sunlight struggling to pierce through the thick canopy overhead. It was in this remote part of the woods that I first felt a sudden, unmistakable pressure on my shoulder, as if a hand had firmly grasped it. Startled, I spun around quickly, my heart racing, expecting to confront someone. But there was nothing. The trail behind me was empty. I scanned the surrounding forest, searching for any sign of another hiker, or perhaps an animal, but there was only the still, silent woods. Shaking my head, I chalked it up to imagination, perhaps the result of fatigue and the eerie quiet of the forest. I turned back and continued hiking, picking up my pace slightly, eager to leave the unsettling feeling behind. But the sensation did not fade. It persisted, a constant pressure that felt as real as if someone were walking right beside me, their hand resting firmly on my shoulder. It was unnerving, and with each step, the feeling of being guided, or perhaps driven back the way I had come, grew stronger. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the hike, on the beauty of the woods, but the sensation of the unseen hand was too palpable, too insistent. It tugged at me, steering me slightly whenever I veered off what it seemed to consider the correct path. The realization that something unseen appeared to be directing my movements sent a chill through me. Driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, I decided to test this invisible force. I stopped and deliberately started to walk away from the trail, heading deeper into the woods. Immediately, the pressure on my shoulder intensified, as if the hand were trying to pull me back. Resisting it required a surprising amount of effort, like fighting against a strong current. The deeper I ventured off the path, the more forceful it became, until it was almost painful. Unnerved to my core, I relented and allowed the guiding hand to lead me, almost like a child being led by a parent. It steered me back to the trail and then, unmistakably, in the direction of the trailhead, back the way I had come. As I walked, the pressure began to ease, becoming more of a gentle nudge than a firm grasp. The further I retraced my steps, the lighter it felt, until it was nothing more than a feather-light touch, guiding rather than compelling. Confused and anxious, I hastened my pace, now eager to return to my car and leave the forest behind. The feeling of being watched, of not being alone, lingered, sending occasional shivers down my spine. After what felt like an eternity, I emerged from the forest, the sight of my car parked in the small, gravel lot, a profound relief. The moment I stepped onto the clearing, the sensation vanished entirely, as if whatever had accompanied me through the woods had decided to stay behind, part of the forest itself. Driving back, my mind raced with questions. Had I experienced some kind of paranormal phenomenon? Was it a guardian spirit of the forest or something more sinister? Or was it simply the product of my overactive imagination, spurred by the isolation in the setting? Unable to find any rational explanation, I did some research. I learned that the area where I had been hiking was known for its historical significance. It had been a site of various battles and settlements over the centuries. Some locals believed that the forest was haunted by the spirits of those who had lived and died there, lingering in the woods, protecting the land, or perhaps unable to leave it. The idea of a spirit guiding me away from something unknown, perhaps danger, was both comforting and terrifying. It suggested that there are things in this world that are beyond our understanding, forces that interact with us in ways we might not even notice. Since that day, I've returned to the woods many times, each time with a sense of reverence and caution, respectful of whatever might reside there, seen or unseen. Story 5. It was a crisp Saturday morning when I stumbled upon the estate sale. The old Victorian house, its paint peeling and shingles a bit worse for wear, had always intrigued me. Today it was thrown open to strangers, its memories and belongings up for grabs. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just a curious neighbor drawn to the remnants of a life once lived. As I meandered through rooms laden with knickknacks and furniture, I was drawn to a small study, a cozy room lined with bookshelves filled with well-thumbed books and faded photographs. There, under the window with a view of the overgrown garden, sat an old typewriter. It was a classic model, black and sturdy with round glass-topped keys. A sheet of yellowed paper was still rolled into its carriage, as if waiting for the next word to be typed. On impulse, I bought it. There was something about that typewriter, a sense of unfinished business that appealed to the writer in me. I imagined it once belonged to the old man who had lived here, a writer perhaps, or someone who dreamed of writing but never quite got around to it. That night, I set the typewriter on my desk, a new addition to my otherwise modern home office. I cleaned it gently, admiring its design and craftsmanship. As I was about to head to bed, a faint clattering sound stopped me. I turned around and saw that the keys of the typewriter were moving on their own, tapping out a steady, ghostly rhythm. I stood frozen, watching in a mix of horror and fascination as words began to form on the paper. Help me finish my story. The room was silent except for the mechanical dance of the keys. I reached out tentatively, half expecting the movement to stop the moment my hand touched the typewriter, but it didn't. The keys kept moving, driven by an unseen force. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I sat down in front of the typewriter. What story I typed back, my fingers clumsy on the round keys. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the typing resumed. My last novel, the paper read. I couldn't finish it before I passed away. Will you help me? The request was as unsettling as it was compelling. I was communicating with a spirit, a thought that sent shivers down my spine. Yet there was a plea in those typed words that I couldn't ignore. How can I help? I typed, read what I've written, then write the ending. It's in my study, in the desk drawer. The next day, driven by a mix of duty and curiosity, I returned to the estate. The house felt different in the daylight, less foreboding and more sad, filled with the echoes of a life that had slipped away. I found the manuscript in the study, exactly where the typewriter's ghost had said it would be. It was a novel about a young woman in the early 1900s, striving to build a life for herself against a backdrop of war and social change. The story was engaging, the characters vividly drawn, but it stopped abruptly, mid-sentence, in a climactic scene. Over the next few weeks, I spent every free moment I had working on the novel. Each night I'd sit at the old typewriter and read aloud what I had written that day. The typewriter would sometimes clack in approval or rattle in what I took to be frustration, guiding me through the story's completion. As I neared the end of the manuscript, I felt a growing connection not just to the characters but to their creator. I wondered about the old man who had spent years pouring his heart into this work, only to leave it unfinished. What had his life been like? What dreams and heart-aches had he known? Finally, one late, stormy night, I typed out the last sentence of the novel. The air around me felt charged, the only sound the pounding of the rain against the windows and the final clacks of the typewriter as the story came to a close. I sat back, exhausted and emotional, waiting for a sign. Slowly, the room grew warmer, the oppressive feeling of an unseen presence lifting. The typewriter fell silent, its mission accomplished. I knew then that the spirit was at peace, his story told. The next morning, the sun broke through the clouds, filling my office with light. The typewriter sat silent on the desk, just an ordinary machine once again. I took the manuscript and bound it neatly, placing it on my shelf alongside my own works. It was no longer just a ghost's unfinished business, it had become a part of my own story, a testament to the power of words to transcend time and even death. In the end, the novel was published, attributed to both its original author and to me. It was well received, praised for its depth and historical accuracy, as well as the poignant story of its completion. Readers were touched by the tale of collaboration across the veil of death, a writer's final wish fulfilled by a stranger. As for me, I kept the typewriter. It remains on my desk, a reminder of the mysterious bond between writers and their work, and of the unexpected journeys that life can take us on. Sometimes when the house is quiet, I could swear I hear the faint clacking of keys, as if the old writer is still there, watching over my shoulder, ensuring his legacy lives on through the words we shared. Story 6. The darkness stretched like a thick blanket over the small town, swallowing every whisper and rustle within its grasp. In the quiet solitude of his modest abode, Oliver lay nestled beneath his covers, seeking solace in the embrace of sleep. But every night, just as he drifted into the realm of dreams, a chilling touch would caress his face, jolting him awake with a shiver that crept down his spine like icy fingers. Oliver lived alone in a quaint cottage nestled at the edge of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the echoes of forgotten tales. He had inherited the house from his late grandmother, who had regaled him with stories of the supernatural that lurked in the shadows of the night. But Oliver had always dismissed her tales as the ramblings of an old woman lost in the mists of memory. Yet, as the nights passed and the chilling touch persisted, Oliver couldn't shake the feeling of unease that gnawed at his mind. Each morning, he would awaken to find the window in his bedroom cracked open ever so slightly, as if inviting the cold embrace of the night into his sanctuary. Despite his best efforts to secure it shut, the window would always find a way to open, as if driven by some unseen force. Desperate for answers, Oliver sought the counsel of the townsfolk, hoping they might shed light on the mystery that plagued his nights. But their whispers only fueled his fears, tales of restless spirits and vengeful ghosts haunting the darkness beyond the safety of the hearth. Some spoke of a tragic history that befell the cottage long ago, while others dismissed it as mere superstition. Undeterred, Oliver delved deeper into the history of his home, scouring old records and dusty tomes for any mention of the chilling touch that haunted his nights. And as he unearthed the secrets buried beneath layers of time, he stumbled upon a tale of love and loss that echoed through the ages. It was said that decades ago, a young couple had lived in the cottage, their love a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. But tragedy struck on a fateful night when a fire consumed the forest, devouring everything in its path, including the home they had built together. In the chaos that ensued, the young woman was lost to the flames, her spirit forever trapped within the confines of the cottage. As Oliver pieced together the fragments of the past, he realized that the chilling touch that plagued his nights was not a malevolent force, but the desperate longing of a lost soul searching for solace in the embrace of the living. Moved by compassion, he resolved to help the restless spirit find peace, to free her from the shackles of the past that bound her to the mortal realm. Armed with newfound purpose, Oliver embarked on a journey into the heart of the forest, guided by the whispers of the wind and the flickering light of his lantern. With each step, he felt the weight of the past bearing down upon him, the echoes of forgotten voices urging him forward into the unknown. And then, amidst the tangled undergrowth and twisted branches, he found her a specter of ethereal beauty, her form shimmering like moonlight on water. With trembling hands and a voice filled with compassion, Oliver reached out to the spirit, offering her the warmth of his touch and the solace of his heart. In that moment, as the barriers between the living and the dead blurred into nothingness, Oliver felt a sense of peace wash over him, the chill of the night replaced by the warmth of understanding and forgiveness. And as he watched the spirit fade into the ether, he knew that he had found not only redemption for himself, but also for the lost soul whose haunting touch had brought them together. With the first light of dawn painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Oliver returned to his cottage, the weight of the past lifted from his shoulders like a burden lifted from his soul. And as he closed the window, sealing out the darkness of the night, he whispered a silent prayer for the restless spirits that roamed the earth, hoping that they too would one day find the peace they so desperately sought. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, Oliver found himself haunted not by the chilling touch of the past, but by the memory of the spirit he had helped find peace. Her ethereal presence lingered in his thoughts, a gentle reminder of the fleeting nature of life and the enduring power of love. With each passing day, Oliver found himself drawn back to the forest, the place where he had encountered the spirit that had forever changed his life. Amidst the towering trees and dappled sunlight, he sought solace in the quiet beauty of nature, finding comfort in the knowledge that he was not alone in his journey. And then, one crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced on the breeze and the forest hummed with the songs of birds, Oliver stumbled upon a patch of wildflowers blooming amidst the undergrowth. Their delicate petals seemed to shimmer with a radiant light, as if touched by the hand of an angel. Moved by a sudden impulse, Oliver gathered the flowers in his arms, their sweet fragrance filling the air with a sense of serenity and hope. With each step homeward, he felt a renewed sense of purpose coursing through his veins, a desire to honor the memory of the spirit that had touched his life in ways he could never have imagined. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars twinkled overhead, Oliver returned to the cottage, the wildflowers cradled gently in his hands. And as he placed them upon the mantel, a sense of peace washed over him, the memory of the spirit forever etched in his heart. From that day forth, the chilling touch of the night became but a distant memory, a reminder of the journey that had led him to the realization that love transcends the boundaries of time and space. And as he drifted off to sleep each night, surrounded by the warmth of his home and the gentle embrace of the stars, Oliver knew that he was never truly alone, for the spirit of the forest would always be with him, guiding him on his journey through life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 7. The night air was cool and crisp as I lay snug in my sleeping bag, the only sound the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Camping alone in the woods had always been a favorite pastime of mine, a chance to disconnect from the hustle and bustle of everyday life and immerse myself in the peaceful embrace of nature. But tonight was different. Tonight, something felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but a sense of unease lingered in the back of my mind as I drifted in and out of sleep. It was as if an invisible presence was watching, waiting just beyond the edge of my consciousness. And then suddenly I was jolted awake. A shiver ran down my spine as I realized I wasn't alone. Outside my tent, obscured by the darkness of the night, stood a silhouette. It was tall and imposing, with an otherworldly aura that sent a chill down my spine. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared, frozen in fear. What was this thing? Was it human? Animal? Or something altogether different? I blinked, and in that brief moment it was gone, vanished into thin air like a ghost in the night. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing with 1,000 questions and possibilities. Was I dreaming? Hallucinating? Or had I truly seen something out there in the darkness? With trembling hands, I reached for my flashlight, casting its feeble beam into the inky blackness beyond the confines of my tent. But there was nothing to see, nothing but the swaying branches of the trees and the shadows they cast upon the forest floor. Unable to shake the feeling of dread that had settled in the pit of my stomach, I lay there for the remainder of the night, listening to every rustle and whisper of the wind, half expecting the mysterious figure to return. Morning came at last, casting its warm glow upon the tranquil scene before me. The woods appeared just as they had the day before, bathed in the soft light of dawn, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. But I knew better. I had seen something last night, something inexplicable and unsettling, and it had left its mark upon me. Determined to uncover the truth, I packed up my belongings and set out into the forest, following the winding trail that led deeper into the wilderness. The further I went, the more the woods seemed to close in around me, thickening with each step until I could barely see the sky above. It was then that I stumbled upon it, hidden amidst the dense undergrowth like a secret waiting to be discovered. A clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight and alive with the gentle hum of nature. And in the center of it all stood a lone oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens like fingers grasping for the stars. As I approached, a strange sensation washed over me, a feeling of being watched, of not being alone. And then I saw it, nestled within the branches of the ancient oak, a figure cloaked in shadow, its eyes boring into mine with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. I hesitated, unsure of what to do. Should I run? Should I confront it? Or should I simply turn and flee, leaving this enigma behind me forever? But before I could make a decision, the figure spoke. Its voice soft and melodic like the whisper of the wind through the leaves. "Do not be afraid," it said, its words echoing in the stillness of the clearing. "I mean you no harm." I hesitated, unsure of whether to believe the creature before me. But there was something in its voice, something that resonated deep within me, a sense of ancient wisdom and understanding. "What are you?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The figure smiled, its features obscured by the darkness. "I am the guardian of these woods, a watcher in the shadows, tasked with protecting this sacred place from harm." I blinked, trying to process the creature's words. "But why reveal yourself to me? Why now?" The figure's smile widened, and for a moment, I could have sworn I saw a glimmer of amusement in its eyes. "Because you have been chosen, dear traveler, chosen to bear witness to the magic that lies hidden within these woods." With that, the figure dissolved into the shadows, leaving me alone in the clearing with nothing but the gentle rustle of leaves and the fading echoes of its words. And as I stood there, bathed in the golden light of dawn, I knew that my life would never be the same again. For I had encountered something beyond comprehension, something that defied explanation and logic, something that would stay with me for the rest of my days. I was a witness to the magic of the woods, a guardian of its secrets, forever bound to the mysteries that lurked within its depths. And though I may never fully understand what I had seen that night, I knew that I would carry its memory with me always, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that exists in the world, if only we have the courage to seek it out. Story 8. The dim glow of the basement light flickered, casting long shadows across the concrete floor as Mark descended the creaky wooden stairs. He had spent countless hours in this dimly lit space, rummaging through boxes of old belongings and tinkering with forgotten projects. But today was different. Today there was something new, something unexpected. At the far end of the basement, where once stood a plain wall adorned with shelves of dusty knickknacks, now loomed a door. It was tall and imposing, its surface weathered and worn as if it had been there for centuries. But what struck Mark as odd was that he couldn't recall ever seeing it before. He could have sworn that just yesterday there was nothing but a blank wall at its place. Curiosity piqued, Mark approached the door cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest like a drumbeat in the silence of the basement. The door was locked, a heavy padlock securing it shut, its rusted surface a testament to years of neglect. But what lay beyond? What secrets did this mysterious door conceal? As Mark pondered these questions, he became aware of a faint scratching sound emanating from behind the door, like the desperate plea of a trapped animal seeking escape. Goosebumps prickled his skin as he reached out tentatively, his fingers trembling as they grazed the cold metal of the padlock. With a deep breath, he fumbled for his keys, searching for the one that might fit the lock. After what felt like an eternity, he found a small brass key that he hadn't used in years, tucked away in the depths of his pocket. With a shaky hand, he inserted the key into the lock and turned it slowly, the sound of metal grinding against metal echoing in the silence of the basement. And then, with a click, the padlock fell away, clattering to the ground like a forgotten memory. Heart pounding, Mark pushed open the door, revealing a room bathed in darkness. He hesitated for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts of what might lie beyond. But the scratching sound persisted, growing louder and more urgent with each passing second. With a sense of determination, Mark stepped into the room, the door creaking shut behind him with a finality that sent a shiver down his spine. The room was small and musty, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. Shadows danced along the walls, casting strange shapes that seemed to twist and writhe in the darkness. And there, huddled in the corner, was a figure, a creature of darkness and despair. its eyes gleaming with a hunger that sent a jolt of fear coursing through Mark's veins. But as Mark's eyes adjusted to the dim light, he realized that the creature before him was not a monster, but a man trapped in a prison of his own making, his skin pallid and his clothes tattered and torn. His hands were raw and bloody from clawing at the walls, his nails ragged and broken from years of futile attempts to escape. Moved by compassion, Mark approached the man cautiously, his heart aching at the sight of his suffering. With gentle hands, he helped the man to his feet, guiding him towards the door that led back to the safety of the basement. And as they stepped into the light, the man blinked against the brightness, his eyes wide with wonder and disbelief. For years he had been forgotten, a prisoner of the darkness, condemned to wander the shadows alone. But now, thanks to Mark's kindness, he was free. Free to walk beneath the open sky, to feel the warmth of the sun on his face and the gentle caress of the wind in his hair. And though he may never know the true extent of Mark's compassion, he would carry the memory of his salvation with him always, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. As Mark emerged from the basement, the weight of the encounter still heavy on his mind, he couldn't help but wonder how many other forgotten souls lay hidden behind closed doors, waiting to be set free. And though the mystery of the forgotten room would forever remain unsolved, he knew that he had stumbled upon something far more precious: the power of empathy to transcend the barriers of time and space, and the capacity for kindness to light even the darkest of paths. In the days that followed, Mark couldn't shake the memory of the forgotten room and the man he had liberated from its depths. He found himself haunted by the thought of all those who suffered in silence, their cries unheard and their pleas unanswered. Determined to make a difference, Mark embarked on a mission to seek out those in need, scouring the forgotten corners of his town for signs of distress. He reached out to local shelters and community organizations, offering his time and resources to those who had fallen through the cracks of society. And as he walked the streets, guided by compassion and fueled by a desire to make a difference, Mark knew that though the mystery of the forgotten room may never be fully unraveled, the impact of his actions would echo through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of empathy and the boundless potential of the human spirit. Story 9. In the heart of a quaint suburban neighborhood nestled amidst towering oak trees and well-kept lawns, stood a new house. It was a charming two-story abode with a freshly painted exterior and a meticulously landscaped front yard. Everything about it seemed picture perfect, from the gabled roof to the inviting porch adorned with potted plants. But what caught the attention of anyone who crossed its threshold was the antique mirror that adorned the hallway wall. It was a majestic piece, its ornate frame crafted from polished mahogany, its surface reflecting the passage of time with a subtle patina. Yet it wasn't just the mirror's aesthetic appeal that drew one's gaze, it was the peculiar phenomenon that occurred within its depths. Every time someone passed by, they couldn't help but notice the curious anomaly reflected in its glass. They would see their own image, of course, but beside it would be another version of themselves, moving gracefully down the hallway. Yet the strangest part was that the person in the reflection was always in motion, while their real-life counterpart remained perfectly still. This phenomenon puzzled the new homeowners, the Carters, who had recently moved into the house with their young daughter Emily. Mr. Carter, a pragmatic man with a penchant for logic, brushed it off as a trick of the light, or perhaps a flaw in the mirror's construction. But Mrs. Carter, a woman with a keen intuition and a love for the mystical, couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it. Emily, however, found the mirror fascinating. She would spend hours staring into its depths, giggling as she watched her mirrored self dance and twirl, her imagination running wild with the possibilities. Yet, despite her innocent fascination, there was an underlying sense of unease that lingered in the back of her mind. As days turned into weeks, The phenomenon became a topic of conversation among the neighbors. Some dismissed it as a mere curiosity, while others whispered about ghosts and spirits haunting the house. Yet, regardless of the speculation, no one could deny the magnetic pull of the mirror and its mysterious reflections. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Carter household, the mirror's presence began to cast a shadow over their once peaceful existence. Mrs. Carter's initial curiosity morphed into obsession as she spent countless hours studying the mirror, searching for clues to unravel its enigma. Mr. Carter, growing increasingly frustrated with his wife's preoccupation, attempted to rationalize the phenomenon, but his explanations fell short in the face of such inexplicable occurrences. Emily, caught in the middle of her parents' conflicting emotions, found solace in the company of her mirrored self. She would confide in her reflection, sharing her hopes and fears, her dreams and aspirations, as if the glass held the key to understanding her own identity. In the days that followed the storm, life in the Carter household took on a new rhythm. The mirror remained a focal point of their home, but its presence no longer carried the weight of uncertainty and fear. Instead, it became a symbol of resilience, a reminder of the strength they found in facing the unknown together. Mrs. Carter, once consumed by her quest for answers, discovered a newfound sense of peace within herself. She no longer felt the need to unravel the mysteries of the mirror, understanding that some truths were meant to remain shrouded in mystery. Instead, she focused her energy on nurturing her relationships with her family and finding joy in the simple moments of everyday life. Mr. Carter, too, underwent a transformation of his own. Freed from the constraints of his rational mind, he embraced the wonders of the world with a childlike curiosity. No longer bound by the need for logical explanations, he allowed himself to marvel at the beauty and complexity of the universe, finding solace in the vastness of its mysteries. As for Emily, she continued to find solace in the companionship of her mirrored self. But now, instead of seeking answers to life's questions, she reveled in the sense of wonder and possibility that the mirror inspired. With each passing day, she grew more confident in her own identity, knowing that she carried within her the same spark of magic that she saw reflected in the glass. Together, the Carters forged a new path forward, one filled with hope, love, and an unwavering belief in the power of the human spirit. And though they may never fully understand the secrets that lay hidden within the depths of the mirror, they knew that they had each other, and that was enough. Years passed, and the Carters remained in their beloved home, their lives intertwined with the echoes of the past and the promise of the future. The mirror continued to watch over them, its surface reflecting the passage of time with a quiet elegance. And as the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the hallway, the Carters gathered together once more, their reflections merging and dancing in the fading light. For in the end, it wasn't the mirror itself that held the power to change their lives, it was the journey they embarked upon, hand in hand, guided by the light of love and the promise of tomorrow. Story 10. The incessant ringing of the phone cut through the silence of the evening, startling Mark as he sat alone in his dimly lit apartment. With a furrowed brow, he glanced at the caller ID, only to find it displaying a string of unfamiliar numbers, yet another unknown caller. Reluctantly, he answered, expecting the same eerie silence or heavy breathing that had become all too familiar in recent weeks. But this time was different. This time, amidst the muffled sounds on the other end, he could faintly discern a voice, a whisper, barely audible, but undeniably present. Mark, it seemed to say, though distorted and garbled, as if spoken from a great distance or through layers of static. Unease crept over him as he strained to make out the words, but before he could respond, the line went dead, leaving him alone once more with only the echo of that haunting whisper lingering in his mind. For weeks, Mark had been plagued by these silent calls, each one more unnerving than the last. At first, he dismissed them as nothing more than a nuisance, the byproduct of some telemarketing scheme or prank caller. But as the calls persisted, growing more frequent and more unsettling with each passing day, he began to question whether there was something more sinister at play. Unable to shake the feeling of unease that gnawed at him, Mark decided to take matters into his own hands. Equipped with a smartphone and a recording app, he resolved to capture the calls in the hopes of uncovering the source of his torment. So it was that when the next call came, he answered with a mixture of apprehension and determination, his finger poised over the record button. Once again, he was greeted by the eerie silence punctuated only by the sound of labored breathing. But this time, he was ready. With a steady hand, he activated the recording app, allowing the device to capture every sound that emanated from the other end of the line. For several agonizing minutes, he listened intently, his heart pounding in his chest as he awaited any sign of the mysterious whisper that had haunted him. Then, just as he was beginning to lose hope, he heard it, the faintest of whispers, barely audible above the static. Pressing the phone closer to his ear, he strained to make out the words, his pulse quickening with each syllable. Cram, it seemed to say, the syllables twisted and distorted beyond recognition. But there was no mistaking the familiarity of the voice, nor the chill that ran down his spine as he realized the truth. Someone or something was calling out to him, speaking his name in a language he could not comprehend. And try as he might to rationalize it away, he knew deep down that there was no logical explanation for what was happening. Determined to unravel the mystery once and for all, Mark devoted himself to analyzing the recordings, playing them back again and again in search of any clue that might shed light on the enigma. But the more he listened, the more elusive the answers became, as if the whispers themselves were mocking his attempts to understand. Desperate for answers, Mark turned to the internet, scouring forums and message boards in search of others who had experienced similar phenomena. But to his dismay, he found no shortage of tales detailing encounters with mysterious callers and inexplicable whispers, each one more chilling than the last. Haunted by the knowledge that he was not alone in his plight, Mark found himself consumed by fear, his once quiet life now overshadowed by the constant threat of the unknown. Every ring of the phone sent a shiver down his spine, every whisper echoing in his ears long after the call had ended. And yet, amidst the darkness that threatened to engulf him, there remained a glimmer of hope, a flicker of determination that refused to be extinguished. For as long as the calls persisted, so too would Mark's resolve to uncover the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. As the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months, Mark's obsession with the silent calls consumed him entirely. Sleep became a fleeting luxury, his nights spent tossing and turning, haunted by the whispers that echoed in his dreams. His once vibrant social life dwindled to nothing as he withdrew from friends and family, consumed by the solitary pursuit of unraveling the mystery. The walls of his apartment became a prison, their silent confines closing in around him with each passing day. But amidst the isolation and despair, there remained a glimmer of hope, a faint whisper of possibility that refused to be extinguished. For deep down, Mark knew that he could not face this ordeal alone, that he needed help if he ever hoped to break free from the grip of the unknown. With newfound determination, he reached out to a local paranormal investigator, a woman rumored to possess a keen intuition and a gift for unraveling the unexplained. Though hesitant at first, Mark found solace in her presence, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos that raged within him. Together, they delved into the depths of the recordings, scouring them for any clue that might lead them closer to the truth. And as they listened, a pattern began to emerge, a faint thread of connection that linked each whisper to a moment in Mark's past, a memory long buried but never forgotten. With each revelation, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, painting a picture of a life haunted by shadows and secrets. But as they drew closer to the truth, the whispers grew louder, their voices rising in a cacophony of sound that threatened to overwhelm them both. Story 11. As the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months, Mark's obsession with the silent calls consumed him entirely. Sleep became a fleeting luxury, his nights spent tossing and turning, haunted by the whispers that echoed in his dreams. His once vibrant social life dwindled to nothing as he withdrew from friends and family, consumed by the solitary pursuit of unraveling the mystery. The walls of his apartment became a prison, their silent confines closing in around him with each passing day. But amidst the isolation and despair, there remained a glimmer of hope, a faint whisper of possibility that refused to be extinguished. For deep down, Mark knew that he could not face this ordeal alone, that he needed help if he ever hoped to break free from the grip of the unknown. With newfound determination, he reached out to a local paranormal investigator, a woman rumored to possess a keen intuition and a gift for unraveling the unexplained. Though hesitant at first, Mark found solace in her presence, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos that raged within him. Together they delved into the depths of the recordings, scouring them for any clue that might lead them closer to the truth. And as they listened, a pattern began to emerge, a faint thread of connection that linked each whisper to a moment in Mark's past, a memory long buried but never forgotten. With each revelation, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, painting a picture of a life haunted by shadows and secrets. But as they drew closer to the truth, the whispers grew louder, their voices rising in a cacophony of sound that threatened to overwhelm them both. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming darkness, Mark refused to back down. For he knew that the only way to silence the whispers once and for all was to confront the demons of his past, to shine a light into the shadows and banish them from his life forever. Armed with newfound courage and a steadfast resolve, Mark embarked on a journey of self-discovery, facing his deepest fears with unwavering determination. And though the road ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, he knew that he would emerge stronger on the other side, his spirit unbroken by the trials that had come before. For in the end, it was not the whispers themselves that held power over him, but the strength he found in facing them head-on, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity. And as he stood on the threshold of a new beginning, he knew that no matter what trials lay ahead, he would face them with courage and conviction, guided by the light of hope that burned bright within his heart. As I returned to the attic, the atmosphere felt different, lighter somehow, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from my shoulders. With a newfound sense of clarity, I approached the box of old photographs once more, no longer afraid of what I might find. As I sifted through the images, I saw them in a new light. Each photograph was not a haunting reminder of some unknown presence, but a window into my own past, filled with cherished memories and moments captured in time. I smiled as I looked upon the faces of loved ones long gone, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the experiences that had shaped me into the person I had become. And though the figure in the background still loomed in the shadows, it no longer held power over me. For I had come to realize that the true source of the haunting was not some external force or supernatural entity, but the echoes of my own fears and insecurities waiting to be acknowledged and embraced. That, armed with this newfound understanding, I resolved to confront my demons head-on, to embrace the shadows of my past and emerge stronger on the other side. And as I packed away the photographs once more, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, knowing that I had finally laid the ghost to rest. Story 12. The streets were cloaked in the embrace of twilight as Jacob made his way home, the echo of his footsteps mingling with the whispers of the evening breeze. Shadows danced along the cobblestone pavement, casting strange shapes that seemed to twist and contort in the fading light. It was then that he noticed the figure walking beside him, a man in a hooded coat, his features obscured by the shadows that clung to him like a cloak. Jacob glanced sidelong at the stranger, his curiosity piqued by the enigmatic presence at his side. But when he tried to catch a glimpse of the man's face, he found himself met with nothing but darkness, a void where eyes should have been, a blank canvas devoid of features. Panic surged through Jacob's veins as he stumbled backward, his heart racing in his chest like a trapped animal. Who was this faceless wanderer, and what did he want? Had Jacob stumbled upon some otherworldly entity, or was this merely a trick of the light, a figment of his imagination born from the shadows of the night? But as he stood frozen in place, the hooded figure turned to him, its movements slow and deliberate. And though Jacob could not see its face, he felt the weight of its gaze upon him, a silent question hanging in the air between them. With a sense of unease gnawing at his mind, Jacob forced himself to look away, his gaze fixed on the path ahead as he quickened his pace, desperate to escape the unsettling presence at his side. But no matter how fast he walked, the figure matched his every step, its silent presence a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of perception. As they walked, Jacob found himself consumed by a sense of dread, a feeling that grew with each passing moment, like a storm gathering on the horizon. He tried to shake off the fear that gripped him, to convince himself that he was merely imagining things, but the presence at his side remained as steadfast as the shadows that stretched along the street. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone, disappearing into the night like a wisp of smoke carried away on the wind. Jacob stood alone on the deserted street, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he struggled to make sense of what had just occurred. Had he truly encountered a faceless wanderer, or had he simply succumbed to the paranoia of the night? He couldn't say for certain, but one thing was clear: the encounter had left an indelible mark on his psyche, a lingering sense of unease that refused to be ignored. In the days that followed, Jacob found himself haunted by the memory of the faceless man, his thoughts consumed by questions that had no answers. Who was he, and what did he want? Was he a harbinger of doom, a messenger from some dark and forgotten realm? Or was he simply a lost soul, wandering the streets in search of something he could never find? As Jacob wrestled with these questions, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, that the faceless wanderer still lingered just beyond the edge of his vision, waiting in the shadows for the opportune moment to strike. And though he tried to convince himself otherwise, a small part of him feared that he would never truly escape the enigma of the faceless man. Jacob's once familiar route home now felt like a labyrinth of uncertainty, every shadow hiding potential danger, every sound a whisper of impending doom. He found himself avoiding the streets where he had encountered the faceless wanderer, choosing longer, more circuitous paths to avoid any possibility of another unsettling encounter. But no matter how hard he tried to distance himself from that fateful night, the memory of the faceless man continued to haunt him like a specter lurking in the recesses of his mind. It was as if the encounter had opened a door to a realm of darkness he had never known existed, a realm where the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred into nothingness. As the days turned into weeks, Jacob became increasingly obsessed with uncovering the truth behind the faceless wanderer. He spent countless hours scouring old books and dusty tomes for any mention of similar encounters, delving deep into the annals of folklore and myth in search of answers that remained stubbornly out of reach. But the more he searched, the more elusive the truth became, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. It was as if the faceless wanderer existed outside the realm of human understanding, a being beyond comprehension or explanation. Story 13. The night was unusually dark, the moon obscured by thick clouds that hung low in the sky like a shroud. I found myself walking alone down a deserted street, the only sound the echo of my footsteps against the pavement. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, lurking just beyond the edges of my vision. A chill ran down my spine as I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see some sinister figure lurking in the shadows. But there was nothing there, just the empty street stretching out before me, bathed in the faint glow of streetlights that flickered like dying stars. Shaking off my unease, I quickened my pace, eager to reach the safety of my home. But as I turned the corner onto my street, I froze in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. There, cast against the wall of a nearby building, was my shadow. But it wasn't behaving as it should, dancing and flickering in the dim light like a living thing. I watched in horror as my shadow began to move independently, its movements fluid and graceful as it gestured for me to follow it. Fear gripped me like a vice as I stood rooted to the spot, unable to tear my eyes away from the bizarre spectacle unfolding before me. What was happening? Was I dreaming? Hallucinating? Or was there something more sinister at play? With a sense of dread creeping over me, I tentatively took a step forward, my shadow mirroring my movements with eerie precision. It beckoned for me to follow, its form elongating and twisting in the darkness, like a specter from another realm. Unable to resist its silent call, I followed my shadow as it led me down winding alleys and deserted streets, deeper into the heart of the night. The air grew thick with tension as we journeyed further and further from the safety of the familiar, the world around us shrouded in an oppressive darkness that seemed to swallow everything in its path. But still I pressed on, driven by a primal instinct that urged me forward, even as my rational mind screamed for me to turn back. For what felt like hours, we traversed the empty streets, the only sound the echoing of our footsteps against the pavement. And then, just when I thought I could go no further, my shadow came to a sudden stop, its form coalescing into a solid mass before me. I stared in awe as it transformed before my eyes, shifting and twisting until it took on the shape of a door, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. With a trembling hand, I reached out and pushed open the door, stepping through into the unknown. What lay beyond I could not say, but I knew that I had no choice but to continue forward, to confront whatever lay in wait on the other side. As I stepped into the darkness beyond, a sense of weightlessness washed over me, as if I were floating in some vast and endless void. But even in the midst of the unknown, I felt a strange sense of peace settle over me, a knowing that I was exactly where I was meant to be. And as I surrendered myself to the darkness, I felt a hand take mine, guiding me forward into the unknown. For though the path ahead may be shrouded in shadow, I knew that I was not alone, that my shadow would always be there to lead me home. As we ventured deeper into the darkness, a sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air, mingling with the faint scent of earth and decay. I could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful lurking just beyond the edge of my perception, its presence palpable in the stillness of the void. But still I pressed on, driven by a curiosity that burned bright within me, eager to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden in the shadows. And as we journeyed further into the unknown, I knew that whatever awaited us on the other side would change me forever. Story 14. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the room as I stirred awake, my mind still heavy with sleep. Blinking away the remnants of dreams, I sat up and stretched, the events of the previous day slowly filtering back into my consciousness. But as my gaze swept across the room, something caught my eye, a series of words scrawled in what appeared to be chalk, stark against the pale paint of the walls. Watch out. The message sent a chill down my spine, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to make sense of the unsettling sight before me. Who would write such a thing? And why? And more importantly, what did it mean? With trembling hands, I reached out to touch the words, half expecting them to dissolve beneath my fingertips like some cruel trick of the mind. But to my horror, they remained stubbornly in place, their stark message burning into my retinas like a brand. Frantically, I scanned the room for any sign of intrusion: a broken window, an open door, but everything appeared to be as I had left it the night before. There was no explanation for how the message had come to be, no rational explanation that could ease the growing sense of unease that gnawed at me from within. For hours I paced the length of the room, my mind awash with questions and doubts. Who could have written the message, and why had they chosen me as its recipient? Was it some twisted prank, or was there something more sinister at play? As the day wore on, the walls seemed to close in around me, their silent presence a constant reminder of the message that had appeared overnight. I tried to distract myself with mundane tasks: cleaning, cooking, anything to keep my mind occupied, but the words echoed in my thoughts like a mantra, impossible to ignore. Nightfall brought no respite from the relentless torment of the message, its ominous warning haunting my dreams and casting a shadow over my waking hours. Sleep became a fleeting luxury, my nights spent tossing and turning, plagued by visions of unseen dangers lurking in the darkness. Desperate for answers, I reached out to friends and family, hoping for some semblance of reassurance in the face of my mounting fears. But their words of comfort fell flat, their assurances ringing hollow in the face of the undeniable truth staring back at me from the walls. With each passing day, the message seemed to grow more insistent, its silent presence a constant reminder of the unknown terrors that lurked just beyond the edges of my reality. I became consumed by paranoia, my every move dictated by the fear that I was being watched, that danger lurked around every corner. And yet, amidst the chaos and confusion, a small voice whispered in the depths of my mind, a voice that refused to be drowned out by fear or doubt. It urged me to confront the message head-on, to seek out the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. Armed with newfound determination, I embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the words that had appeared on my walls. I scoured every inch of the room for clues, searching for any sign of the elusive presence that had left its mark upon my life. But try as I might, the answers remained just out of reach, tantalizingly close yet maddeningly elusive. The more I searched, the more the walls seemed to close in around me, their silent presence a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond my grasp. In the end, I was left with no choice but to confront the message head-on, to embrace the unknown and all the dangers it held. And though the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, I knew that I could not turn back, that I must face whatever lay in store with courage and conviction. For in the end, it was not the message itself that held power over me, but the strength I found in confronting it, in facing the unknown with unwavering resolve. And as I stood before the words that had appeared on my walls, I knew that no matter what dangers awaited me, I would meet them head-on, guided by the light of hope that burned bright within my heart. Story 15. The mirror hung on the wall like a silent sentinel, its surface pristine and unblemished, reflecting back the image of the room with eerie precision. For years, it had been a fixture in my bedroom, a mundane object that I scarcely gave a second thought. But then, one day everything changed. It started with a subtle flicker, so slight that I barely noticed it at first. But as the days passed, the flicker grew more pronounced, the image in the mirror shifting and wavering as if it were struggling to maintain its form. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a quirk of the glass that could easily be explained away. But then I noticed something else. My reflection was blinking out of sync with me, its movements disjointed and unnatural. I stared at the mirror in disbelief, my heart pounding in my chest as I watched my own face stare back at me, its eyes blinking in a rhythm that was all its own. It was as if my reflection had taken on a life of its own, a separate entity trapped behind the glass, waiting to break free. Fear gripped me like a vice as I backed away from the mirror, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. What was happening? Was I losing my mind? Or was there something more sinister at play? Unable to tear my eyes away, I watched in horror as my reflection began to move independently, its movements fluid and graceful as it reached out towards me with an outstretched hand. I stumbled backwards, my heart racing as I scrambled for the safety of the door. But before I could escape, the mirror shattered into a million pieces, the sound of breaking glass echoing through the room like a death knell. I shielded my face as the shards rained down around me, the air thick with the smell of dust and decay. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing in front of the shattered remains of the mirror, my reflection nowhere to be seen. Panic clawed at my throat as I searched frantically for any sign of the entity that had emerged from within the glass, but there was nothing. With trembling hands, I gathered up the broken pieces of the mirror and disposed of them, hoping to rid myself of whatever dark force had taken hold of it. But try as I might, I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, that my reflection was still out there somewhere, waiting to strike. Days turned into weeks, and still I could not rid myself of the sense of unease that lingered in the back of my mind. Everywhere I went, I felt the eyes of my reflection upon me, watching and waiting with bated breath. And then, one night, as I lay in bed, I heard a soft scratching sound coming from the other side of the room. I froze in terror as I realized what was happening, my heart pounding in my chest as I stared into the darkness. And then, with a sudden burst of movement, it emerged from the shadows my reflection, stepping out from the darkness like a specter from another realm. Its eyes burned with an otherworldly light as it advanced towards me, its movements fluid and graceful like a dancer in the night. I screamed as it reached out towards me, its fingers curling into claws as it lunged for my throat. But before it could make contact, I felt a surge of energy coursing through me, a power unlike anything I had ever known. With a burst of strength, I fought back against the entity, pushing it back into the darkness from whence it came. And as it vanished into the shadows, I knew that I had triumphed over the darkness that had threatened to consume me. From that day forward, I lived my life with a newfound sense of purpose, knowing that I had faced my greatest fear and emerged victorious. And though the memory of that night still haunted me, I took solace in the knowledge that I was stronger than the darkness that sought to destroy me. In the aftermath of the encounter, I couldn't shake the feeling of lingering dread that clung to me like a heavy cloak. Every time I passed a mirror, I felt a shiver run down my spine, half expecting to see my reflection move independently once more. But despite the lingering fear, I refused to let it control me. Instead, I embraced the newfound strength that had emerged from within me, channeling it into every aspect of my life. And though the memory of that fateful night would always linger in the back of my mind, I knew that I was no longer alone in the darkness, that I had faced my greatest fear and emerged stronger on the other side. Story 16. The day had started like any other. I woke up to the soft glow of morning light filtering through the curtains, the promise of a new day stretching out before me. With a yawn, I reached for my watch, its familiar weight a comforting presence on my wrist. I noted the time with a sense of satisfaction, reassured by the routine of everyday life. But as I went about my day, running errands, meeting friends for coffee, the nagging feeling that something was amiss lingered in the back of my mind. It wasn't until I found myself sitting alone in my apartment later that evening, the world outside shrouded in darkness, that I realized just how wrong things had gone. Blinking in confusion, I glanced at my watch once more, only to find the hands frozen in place. I felt a surge of panic rise within me as I struggled to comprehend the impossible reality unfolding before my eyes. How had 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye? Where had the time gone and what had happened in those lost hours? Frantically, I searched my memory for any clue that might explain the mysterious disappearance of time. But try as I might, the events of the past 12 hours remained shrouded in darkness, their details lost to the abyss of my mind. As I sat alone in the silent darkness of my apartment, a sense of unease settled over me like a shroud, the weight of the unknown pressing down upon me with each passing moment. I tried to rationalize what had happened, to find some logical explanation for the inexplicable, but the answers remained frustratingly out of reach. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I was not alone in my plight. Stories of lost time and unexplained disappearances had plagued humanity for centuries, their origins lost to the mists of time. But even as I grappled with the enormity of the situation, a small voice in the back of my mind urged me to keep searching, to uncover the truth no matter how terrifying it might be. Armed with newfound determination, I embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the lost hours, scouring every inch of my apartment for any clue that might shed light on the inexplicable disappearance of time. But try as I might, the answers remained elusive, their secrets hidden behind locked doors and closed curtains. With each passing moment, the sense of unease that had settled over me grew stronger, its tendrils reaching out to ensnare me in their grip. As the hours ticked by, I found myself consumed by a sense of foreboding, the weight of the unknown pressing down upon me with suffocating intensity. I knew that I could not rest until I had uncovered the truth, until I had unraveled the mystery of the lost time that had stolen away the hours of my life. With each passing moment, the boundaries between reality and illusion blurred, the world around me twisting and warping into unfamiliar shapes and shadows. I felt as though I was trapped in a nightmare from which I could not awaken, the walls of my reality closing in around me with relentless force. But even as I teetered on the brink of despair, a small glimmer of hope remained, a flicker of light in the darkness that whispered of the possibility of redemption, of salvation. And so I pressed on, my resolve unbroken by the trials that lay ahead. For I knew that no matter how lost I may be, I would find my way back to the light, guided by the unwavering strength of my own will. With each passing moment, the boundaries between reality and illusion blurred, the world around me twisting and warping into unfamiliar shapes and shadows. I felt as though I was trapped in a nightmare from which I could not awaken, the walls of my reality closing in around me with relentless force. But even as I teetered on the brink of despair, a small glimmer of hope remained, a flicker of light in the darkness that whispered of the possibility of redemption, of salvation. And so I pressed on, my resolve unbroken by the trials that lay ahead. For I knew that no matter how lost I may be, I would find my way back to the light, guided by the unwavering strength of my own will. As the night wore on, I delved deeper into the mystery, leaving no stone unturned in my quest for answers. I scoured every inch of my apartment, searching for any clue that might shed light on the inexplicable disappearance of time. But as the hours passed and the darkness outside deepened, I began to feel as though I was chasing shadows, my efforts yielding nothing but frustration and despair. The world seemed to close in around me, its silent walls closing off any hope of escape. Yet, even in the darkest moments, a glimmer of hope remained, a small voice in the back of my mind urging me to keep going, to never give up in the face of adversity. And so I pressed on, driven by a determination that refused to be extinguished. For I knew that no matter how lost I may feel, I would find my way back to the light, guided by the unwavering strength of my own will. Story 17. In the heart of the park, where the laughter of children mingled with the rustle of leaves, stood a solitary swing and empty seat suspended from the branches of an ancient oak tree. It swayed gently in the breeze, its chains creaking in protest, as if bearing the weight of an invisible presence. For years, the residents of the town had whispered tales of the haunted swing, claiming that it moved of its own accord, as if guided by the hand of some unseen force. Some said it was the ghost of a child who had met a tragic end in the park, while others dismissed it as mere superstition, the product of overactive imaginations. But for Emily, the sight of the empty swing held a fascination that she couldn't explain. Ever since she was a child, she had been drawn to the park, spending countless hours playing beneath the shade of the oak tree, her laughter mingling with the songs of birds that filled the air. And so, on a warm summer afternoon, Emily found herself drawn once again to the park, the memory of the haunted swing beckoning her like a siren's call. As she approached, she saw the swing moving of its own accord, swaying back and forth as if someone invisible were seated upon it, swinging happily in the sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Emily approached the swing cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest like a drumbeat in the silence of the park. She reached out tentatively, her fingers grazing the cool metal of the swing as she searched for any sign of the mysterious presence that moved it. But as she touched the swing, she felt nothing, no ghostly presence, no invisible force guiding its movements. It was as if the swing were alive, possessed by a spirit of its own, dancing to a rhythm that only it could hear. Undeterred, Emily settled onto the swing, her feet barely grazing the ground as she pushed herself higher and higher and higher into the sky. And as she swung, she felt a sense of joy wash over her, the cares of the world slipping away with each passing moment. For hours, Emily swung beneath the branches of the oak tree, lost in the simple pleasure of movement and motion. And as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky painted itself in hues of gold and crimson, she felt a sense of peace settle over her like a warm blanket on a cold winter's night. But just as she prepared to leave, a voice whispered in her ear, soft and gentle like the breeze that rustled through the leaves above. "Thank you," it said, its words filled with a warmth that sent shivers down Emily's spine. Startled, Emily looked around, but there was no one there, no one but the empty swing swaying gently in the fading light. And yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was not alone, that there was someone or something watching over her from the shadows. As she made her way home, Emily couldn't stop thinking about the mysterious presence in the park, the voice that had whispered in her ear like a secret shared between friends. Who or what had spoken to her, and why? And what did it mean for the haunted swing that had captured her imagination for so long? With each step, Emily felt a sense of wonder and excitement building within her, a newfound appreciation for the mysteries of the world and the hidden wonders that lay just beyond the edge of perception. And though she may never fully understand the secrets of the park or the enigma of the haunted swing, she knew that as long as she remained open to the possibilities that lay before her, she would always find joy in the whispers of the wind and the laughter of the unseen. Story 18. The first time I noticed the footprints was on a dreary Monday morning. I stumbled out of bed, bleary-eyed and half awake, only to find a set of wet footprints trailing down the hallway of my apartment. Confusion clouded my mind as I followed the prints, wondering where they could have possibly come from. They appeared to start from nowhere, just a few feet from my bedroom door, and led down the hallway before abruptly stopping in the middle of the floor. I knelt down to examine them, the cold tile chilling my skin as I reached out to touch the damp surface. The footprints were unmistakably fresh, the water still glistening in the dim light of the hallway. But there was something odd about them, something that sent a shiver down my spine. The footprints were small, almost childlike in size, and yet there was no sign of anyone else in the apartment besides myself. For days, the footprints continued to appear each morning, like a ghostly visitor haunting the halls of my home. I tried to rationalize it, to come up with some logical explanation for their presence, but nothing seemed to make sense. I searched the apartment from top to bottom, checking every nook and cranny for signs of an intruder, but there was nothing to be found. It was as if the footprints had simply materialized out of thin air, leaving behind no trace of their origin. As the days turned into weeks, I became obsessed with solving the mystery of the footprints, scouring the internet for any information that might shed light on their strange appearance. But no matter how hard I searched, I could find no mention of anything similar ever happening to anyone else. Desperate for answers, I reached out to friends and family, hoping that someone might be able to offer a rational explanation for the phenomenon. But to my dismay, they were just as puzzled as I was, unable to provide any insight into the strange occurrence. With each passing day, the footprints seemed to weigh heavier on my mind, a constant reminder of the unknown lurking just beyond the edges of my reality. I began to question my own sanity, wondering if I was simply imagining the whole thing, if the footprints were nothing more than a figment of my overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I had seen them with my own eyes, felt the cold dampness of the water beneath my fingers. There was something undeniably real about them, something that defied explanation and reason. And then one night, as I lay awake in bed, unable to sleep for the weight of the mystery pressing down upon me, I heard a soft splashing sound coming from the hallway outside my bedroom door. My heart skipped a beat as I listened, the sound growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. With trembling hands, I reached for the light switch, hesitating for a moment before flicking it on. What I saw next would haunt me for the rest of my days. There, standing in the middle of the hallway, was a figure cloaked in darkness, its form barely visible in the dim light of the hallway, and at its feet, the source of the mysterious footprints, a puddle of water that seemed to shimmer and dance in the glow of the overhead light. I gasped in horror as the figure turned to face me, its eyes burning with an otherworldly light as it reached out towards me with a hand outstretched. And then with a sudden burst of movement, it vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but a chill in the air and a sense of profound unease. From that night on, the footprints stopped appearing in my hallway, as if whatever had caused them had finally found peace. But the memory of that fateful encounter would stay with me forever, a reminder of the mysteries that lurk in the shadows waiting to be uncovered. In the days that followed the chilling encounter, I found myself consumed by a sense of unease unlike anything I had ever experienced before. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside my window sent shivers down my spine, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my reality. I tried to convince myself that it was just a figment of my imagination, that the figure in the hallway had been nothing more than a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew the truth. There was something unnatural at play, something that defied explanation and reason. Desperate for answers, I began to research the history of the building, scouring old records and archives for any mention of strange occurrences or unexplained phenomena. But try as I might, I could find no mention of anything even remotely similar to what I had experienced. Story 19. The echoing footsteps above my apartment had become a nightly ritual, a haunting presence that seemed to defy all logic. Living on the top floor of a 3-story building, there should have been no one above me, no reason for the sound of footsteps to reverberate through the ceiling night after night. At first I tried to dismiss it as the byproduct of an overactive imagination, the creaks and groans of an old building settling into its bones. But as the night stretched on and the footsteps persisted, I could no longer ignore the unsettling truth staring me in the face. There was someone or something living above me. With a sense of unease gnawing at my insides, I resolved to confront the mystery head-on. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and a sense of trepidation, I climbed the stairs to the top floor, my heart pounding in my chest with each step. As I reached the landing, I paused to catch my breath, my senses on high alert for any sign of the intruder. But the hallway was empty, bathed in the dim glow of flickering overhead lights, its walls lined with closed doors that seemed to loom ominously in the darkness. With a trembling hand, I reached out to the nearest door, hesitating for a moment before summoning the courage to knock. The sound echoed through the silent hallway, reverberating off the walls with a hollow ring that sent shivers down my spine. For a moment, there was nothing but silence, broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing. But just as I was about to turn away, defeated, the door creaked open, revealing a figure standing in the shadows beyond. My breath caught in my throat as I stared into the face of the other tenant, a figure shrouded in darkness with eyes that seemed to gleam with an otherworldly light. For a moment we stood locked in a silent standoff, each waiting for the other to make the first move. And then, without warning, the figure turned and disappeared into the darkness of the apartment, leaving me alone in the hallway with nothing but the echo of their footsteps ringing in my ears. With a sense of trepidation, I stepped into the apartment, my flashlight cutting through the darkness like a knife. The air was heavy with the scent of mildew and decay, the walls lined with peeling wallpaper and faded photographs that seemed to watch me with silent accusation. As I moved deeper into the apartment, I felt a sense of foreboding settle over me like a shroud, the weight of the unknown pressing down upon me with suffocating intensity. I knew that I was treading on dangerous ground, that the answers I sought lay hidden in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. With each step, the darkness seemed to close in around me, its tendrils reaching out to ensnare me in their grip. But even as fear threatened to consume me, I pressed on, driven by a determination that refused to be extinguished. And then, suddenly I stumbled upon a discovery that sent a chill down my spine, a hidden doorway concealed behind a tattered curtain, its entrance obscured by layers of dust and neglect. With a trembling hand, I pushed open the door, revealing a staircase that descended into the darkness below. Without hesitation, I stepped through the threshold, my flashlight casting eerie shadows on the walls as I made my way deeper into the unknown. As I descended further into the depths of the hidden passage, I could feel the weight of the world pressing down upon me, the darkness closing in around me with suffocating intensity. But even as fear threatened to consume me, I pressed on, driven by a determination that refused to be extinguished. And then, suddenly, I stumbled upon a discovery that sent a chill down my spine, a hidden chamber concealed behind a false wall, its entrance obscured by layers of dust and neglect. With a trembling hand, I pushed open the door, revealing a sight that sent shivers down my spine, a room bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, its walls lined with ancient symbols and arcane sigils that seemed to pulse with otherworldly energy. And at the center of the room, seated upon a throne of shadows, was the other tenant, a figure cloaked in darkness with eyes that burned with an otherworldly light. For a moment we stood locked in a silent standoff, each waiting for the other to make the first move. And then, without warning, the figure spoke, a voice that echoed through the chamber like the whisper of the wind, sending shivers down my spine. "Welcome, traveler," it said, its voice a melodic symphony of darkness and light. "You have stumbled upon the realm of the forgotten, a place where the boundaries between worlds are blurred and the mysteries of the universe are laid bare." As the figure spoke, I felt a sense of awe wash over me, my fear giving way to wonder and fascination. For in that moment I realized that I had stumbled upon something far greater than I could have ever imagined, a doorway to a realm beyond my wildest dreams, where the answers to the mysteries of the universe awaited me. And as I stood in the presence of the other tenant, bathed in the glow of candlelight and surrounded by the echoes of forgotten whispers, I knew that my journey was only just beginning, that the secrets of the hidden realm were mine to uncover, if only I had the courage to embrace the unknown. Story 20. In the attic of his grandfather's house, tucked away beneath a layer of dust and forgotten memories, James stumbled upon an old war jacket, a relic from a time long since past. As he sifted through the moth-eaten fabric, his fingers brushed against something hidden within the lining, a crumpled note. yellowed with age and stained with the weight of years gone by. Curiosity piqued, James unfolded the note, his heart pounding in his chest as he read the words scrawled upon it in faded ink. "Don't open the door," it read, the handwriting eerily familiar, as if written by his own hand. Confusion washed over James as he tried to make sense of the cryptic message before him. What door was the note referring to, and why had his grandfather felt the need to leave such a warning behind? Had he stumbled upon some dark family secret buried within the depths of the past? Determined to uncover the truth, James set out to unravel the mystery that lay hidden within the folds of his grandfather's jacket. With each passing day, he delved deeper into the history of his family, scouring old photographs and dusty journals for any mention of the door that haunted his dreams. But the more he searched, the more elusive the answers became, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. It was as if the truth lay just beyond his reach, tantalizingly close yet impossibly distant. And then one fateful evening, as James sat alone in his grandfather's study, bathed in the soft glow of lamplight, he heard a faint scratching sound emanating from behind the locked door at the far end of the room. His heart skipped a beat as he realized that this must be the door his grandfather had warned him about, the door he was never meant to open. With trembling hands, James approached the door cautiously, his pulse quickening with each step. He reached out tentatively, his fingers grazing the cool metal of the handle as he hesitated, torn between the urge to heed his grandfather's warning and the burning curiosity that gnawed at his mind. But as he stood there paralyzed by indecision, the scratching sound grew louder, more insistent, as if whatever lay beyond the door was desperate to be set free. And in that moment, James knew that he could no longer ignore the call of the unknown, that he must face whatever lay beyond the threshold, consequences be damned. With a deep breath, James turned the handle and pushed open the door, revealing a darkness that seemed to swallow the light of the room. He stepped forward cautiously, his eyes straining to pierce the gloom as he searched for any sign of what lay hidden within. And then, as if emerging from the depths of a nightmare, a figure stepped forward into the light, a specter of ethereal beauty, its eyes gleaming with a hunger that sent a jolt of fear coursing through James's veins. But as he looked into the eyes of the apparition before him, he saw something familiar, a glimmer of recognition that sparked a memory buried deep within the recesses of his mind. It was as if he were looking into a mirror that reflected not only his physical appearance but also the depths of his own soul, revealing truths that he had long since forgotten. With a sense of awe and wonder, James reached out to touch the figure before him, his fingers trembling as they grazed its cheek. And as he made contact, he felt a surge of energy pass between them, a connection that transcended the boundaries of time and space. And as they stood there, locked in a silent embrace, James realized that the figure before him was not his enemy, but his ally, a reflection of the truth that lay hidden within the depths of his own heart. And though he may never fully understand the mysteries of the past or the enigma of the hidden door, he knew that as long as he remained open to the possibilities that lay before him, he would always find light in even the darkest of places. Story 21. The book sat on my shelf, its weathered cover bearing the title Echoes of the Soul. It was a gift from an eccentric aunt, a woman with a penchant for the strange and unusual. At first I thought nothing of it, dismissing it as just another oddity in her collection of curiosities. But then, one day I decided to crack it open and give it a read. As I turned the pages, I found myself drawn into a world unlike any I had ever known. The words seemed to dance across the page, weaving a tapestry of mystery and intrigue that held me captive from the very first sentence. But as I delved deeper into the story, I began to notice something strange. The plot seemed to change every time I read it. Characters appeared and disappeared, events unfolded in unexpected ways, and twists and turns abounded at every corner. At first, I chalked it up to my imagination, a trick of the mind brought on by the immersive nature of the story. But the more I read, the more convinced I became that something else was at play. It was as if the book itself was alive, its pages pulsing with a strange energy that seemed to resonate with my own fears and desires. Every time I opened it, it was like stepping into a different world, a world that knew me better than I knew myself. At first, I was intrigued by the book's ability to change its plot at will. It was like a puzzle waiting to be solved, a mystery begging to be unraveled. But as the changes grew more and more unsettling, I began to question whether I should continue reading at all. Scenes would play out before my eyes that seemed to mirror my deepest fears and insecurities, as if the book itself was probing the depths of my soul in search of some hidden truth. And try as I might to resist its pull, I found myself drawn back to its pages again and again, unable to tear myself away from the story unfolding within. As the days turned into weeks, I became consumed by the book, its ever-changing plot becoming an obsession that consumed my every waking thought. I pored over its pages late into the night, searching for some clue as to its true nature, but found nothing but more questions. And then, one day, as I reached the climax of the story, something unexpected happened. The characters stepped out of the pages and into my world. I stared in disbelief as they materialized before me, their faces familiar yet somehow different, as if they had been plucked from the depths of my own imagination. They spoke to me in hushed tones, their voices echoing with a strange resonance that sent a shiver down my spine. "We are the echoes of your soul," they said, their words hanging in the air like a weighty secret waiting to be revealed. "We are the embodiment of your fears and desires, the culmination of all that you are and all that you wish to be." I trembled at their words, the realization dawning on me like a bolt of lightning. The book was not just a book, but a doorway into my own subconscious, a mirror reflecting back the deepest recesses of my mind. For years I had hidden from my fears, burying them deep within the recesses of my soul in the hopes that they would never resurface. But now they stood before me, tangible and real, demanding to be acknowledged and embraced. With trembling hands I reached out to them, embracing each one in turn as tears streamed down my face. And as I did, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, a sense of peace washing over me like a gentle tide. From that day forward, I no longer feared the changes that the book wrought, for I knew that they were simply a reflection of the ever-evolving nature of my own soul. And though the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges and uncertainties, I knew that I would face them head-on, armed with the knowledge that I was never truly alone. Story 22. In the quaint suburban neighborhood where Sarah lived, strange occurrences had become an unsettling norm. It all began innocently enough, a misplaced set of keys, a forgotten grocery item, but soon the disturbances escalated, taking on a surreal quality that defied explanation. It was a crisp autumn morning when Sarah first noticed that something was amiss. As she made her way through the familiar corridors of her home, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was different, as if the walls themselves were shifting and rearranging when she wasn't looking. But it wasn't until she reached the end of the hallway that she realized the true extent of the strangeness that had befallen her home. The door to the bathroom, once a fixture of the house, was gone, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. At first, Sarah dismissed it as a trick of the mind, a product of stress or fatigue. But as the days passed and the bathroom remained conspicuously absent, she couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at play. And then, just as suddenly as it had disappeared, the bathroom reappeared, as if by magic, as if nothing had ever happened. Sarah stood in the doorway, her heart pounding in her chest as she struggled to make sense of the impossible sight before her. But before she could gather her thoughts, the phone rang, jolting her back to reality with a start. It was her friend, Lily, calling to check in on her, a welcome distraction from the strangeness that had consumed her thoughts. As Sarah recounted the bizarre events that had unfolded in her home, Lily listened intently, her voice filled with concern. But when Sarah mentioned the disappearing bathroom, Lily fell silent, her tone shifting from worried unease. "You're not the only one," Lily said, her words hesitant as if she were afraid to speak them aloud. "Strange things have been happening all over town, things disappearing and reappearing, as if reality itself is unraveling at the seams." Sarah's blood ran cold as she listened to Lily's words, a chill creeping down her spine like icy fingers tracing patterns on her skin. Could it be true? Could the disturbances in her home be part of something larger, something beyond her comprehension? Determined to uncover the truth, Sarah delved deeper into the mystery that had consumed her life, scouring old newspapers and dusty archives for any mention of similar occurrences. And as she sifted through the pages of history, she uncovered a tale of darkness and despair, a story of a town plagued by a curse that had lain dormant for centuries, waiting for the right moment to strike. According to legend, the curse had been born from the depths of human suffering, a testament to the cruelty of fate and the fragility of existence. And though its origins were shrouded in mystery, its effects were all too real, buildings disappearing and reappearing, entire streets swallowed by the void, as if the town itself were fading into oblivion. But Sarah refused to be cowed by fear, refusing to surrender to the darkness that threatened to consume her world. With each passing day, she fought to reclaim her home, to push back against the forces that sought to tear it apart. And then, one fateful night, as she stood alone in her kitchen, a sense of determination burning in her heart, Sarah felt a shift in the air, a ripple in the fabric of reality that signaled the beginning of the end. With a steely resolve, she faced the darkness head-on, confronting the curse that had plagued her town for so long. And as she stood amidst the chaos, her home fading and reappearing around her, she knew that she was not alone, that together they would overcome the shadows that threatened to consume them all. For in the end, it was not the darkness that defined them, but the light that shone within a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in uncertainty, guiding them through the darkest of nights towards a future filled with promise and possibility. As Sarah delved deeper into the mystery surrounding the curse, she discovered ancient texts and forgotten legends that spoke of a way to break its hold on the town. It required courage, sacrifice, and an unwavering belief in the power of love and unity. With newfound determination, Sarah rallied her neighbors and friends, forging alliances and building a community united in purpose. Together, they embarked on a quest to unravel the secrets of the curse and restore balance to their town. And as they stood on the precipice of destiny, facing the darkness that threatened to consume them, Sarah knew that their collective strength would be enough to banish the curse once and for all. With hearts ablaze with hope, they marched forward, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in their quest to reclaim their home and their lives. Story 23. The wind whispered through the trees, its gentle caress stirring the leaves into a symphony of rustling whispers. It was a sound that had always held a certain magic for me, a melody of nature that spoke to something deep within my soul. But lately the whispers had taken on a different tone, a haunting quality that sent shivers down my spine and set my heart racing with fear. For amidst the soft sigh of the wind, I could hear the unmistakable sound of my mother's voice, calling out to me with an urgency that left me trembling in its wake. At first, I tried to dismiss it as a trick of the imagination, the product of an overactive mind seeking solace in the familiar. But as the whispers grew louder and more insistent, I could no longer deny the truth staring me in the face. There was something out there, something calling to me from beyond the veil of reality, its voice carried on the wings of the wind. With a sense of trepidation, I ventured outside, the cool breeze sending a chill down my spine as I stepped into the moonlit night. world seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation as I listened for the sound of my mother's voice amidst the rustling leaves. And then, just as I was about to turn back, defeated, I heard it the faintest whisper, barely audible above the rustling of the wind. "Come outside," it seemed to say, the words tinged with an otherworldly echo that sent shivers down my spine. With a sense of dread gnawing at my insides, I followed the sound of the voice, my footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. Each step felt like a journey into the unknown, a descent into the depths of my own fears and uncertainties. And then, suddenly I emerged into a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, the trees casting long shadows across the forest floor. It was a place I had never been before, yet it felt strangely familiar, as if I had stepped into a world that existed beyond the boundaries of time and space. As I stood in the clearing, the whispers grew louder, their voices intertwining with the rustling of the leaves in a haunting symphony of sound. And then, amidst the cacophony, I heard her voice clear and distinct, calling out to me with a tenderness that brought tears to my eyes. "Come to me, my child," she whispered, her voice a melody of love and longing. "Come to me and embrace the truth that lies within." With a sense of awe and wonder, I followed the sound of her voice, my heart pounding in my chest with each step. It was as if I was being drawn towards her by some unseen force, compelled by a power greater than myself. And then, suddenly I emerged into a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, the trees casting long shadows across the forest floor. It was a place I had never been before, yet it felt strangely familiar, as if I had stepped into a world that existed beyond the boundaries of time and space. As I stood in the clearing, the whispers grew louder, their voices intertwining with the rustling of the leaves in a haunting symphony of sound. And then, amidst the cacophony, I heard her voice clear and distinct, calling out to me with a tenderness that brought tears to my eyes. "Come to me, my child," she whispered, her voice a melody of love and longing. "Come to me and embrace the truth that lies within." With a sense of awe and wonder, I followed the sound of her voice, my heart pounding in my chest with each step. It was as if I was being drawn towards her by some unseen force, compelled by a power greater than myself. And then suddenly I emerged into a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, the trees casting long shadows across the forest floor. It was a place I had never been before, yet it felt strangely familiar, as if I had stepped into a world that existed beyond the boundaries of time and space. As I stood in the clearing, the whispers grew louder, their voices intertwining with the rustling of the leaves in a haunting symphony of sound. And then, amidst the cacophony, I heard her voice clear and distinct, calling out to me with a tenderness that brought tears to my eyes. Story 24. The morning sun streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the room. As I stumbled into the bathroom, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror, or rather, the absence of it. I blinked, my heart thudding in my chest. Had I somehow become invisible? But as I reached out a tentative hand, I felt the cool surface of the mirror against my fingertips. Confusion turned to unease as I realized that it was my reflection that was missing, not me. I stared at the empty space where my reflection should have been, feeling a sense of disconnection wash over me. It was like looking into a void devoid of any semblance of self. Panic began to rise within me, a gnawing fear that something was terribly wrong. Frantically, I tried to rationalize what was happening. Had I somehow entered a parallel universe where mirrors didn't reflect? Or was this some bizarre trick of the mind, a hallucination brought on by lack of sleep or stress? But no matter how hard I tried to come up with explanations, none seemed to fit. The empty mirror remained a silent, unsettling reminder of the anomaly that had invaded my life. As the day wore on, I found myself growing increasingly detached from reality. Without the reassurance of my reflection, I began to question everything: my identity, my existence, even the validity of the world around me. It was as though a part of me had been erased, leaving behind an empty void that echoed with the hollow sound of uncertainty. I tried to go about my daily routine, but each task felt like a futile attempt to fill the void within me. Friends and family tried to offer comfort and support, but their words felt hollow against the backdrop of my own existential crisis. How could they understand what it was like to look into a mirror and see nothing staring back? Days turned into weeks, and still my reflection remained missing. I became a shadow of my former self, consumed by the relentless search for answers that seemed forever out of reach. I pored over books and articles, desperate to find anyone who had experienced something similar, but all I found were tales of ghosts and superstition. None of it offered any solace or explanation for what was happening to me. In the darkness of night, when sleep eluded me and the world was cloaked in silence, I would stand before the mirror for hours on end, willing my reflection to return. But each time all I was met with was the same empty void, mocking me with its silence. I began to avoid mirrors altogether, unable to bear the sight of the empty space where my reflection should have been. But even in the absence of my own reflection, I couldn't escape the nagging feeling that something was missing, that a part of me had been lost forever. It wasn't until I reached the brink of despair that I finally began to understand the truth. My reflection wasn't missing because of some supernatural phenomenon or cosmic anomaly. It was missing because I had lost sight of who I truly was. In my frantic search for answers, I had become so consumed by fear and uncertainty that I had forgotten the most important thing of all: myself. Somewhere along the way, I had allowed my reflection to define me, to become the measure of my worth and identity. But now, standing alone in the darkness, I realized that I didn't need a reflection to know who I was. My identity wasn't something that could be captured in a mirror. It was something that lived within me, waiting to be rediscovered. With newfound clarity, I began to piece myself back together, one fragment at a time. I embraced the uncertainty of the unknown, recognizing that true self-discovery could only come from within. And slowly but surely, my reflection began to return, not as a mere image in a mirror, but as a deep sense of self-awareness and acceptance. I had found myself in the emptiness, and in doing so, I had found the strength I never knew I possessed. As the days passed, the emptiness in the mirror began to fade, replaced by the familiar sight of my reflection staring back at me. But this time it was different. This time it was a reflection of who I truly was, not just a superficial image, but a reflection of my innermost self. And though the memory of those dark days still lingered, I knew that I had emerged stronger and more resilient than before. For in the absence of my reflection, I had found something far more valuable. I had found myself. Story 25. It was a mundane Tuesday afternoon when I first noticed it, a small, inconspicuous drawer nestled among the clutter of papers and office supplies in my desk at work. It was a strange sight, considering I had never seen it before. But what was even stranger was the fact that it was locked. I frowned, running my fingers over the smooth surface of the drawer. How had it gotten there? And more importantly, what could possibly be inside that warranted locking it away? For days, the locked drawer nagged at the back of my mind, a puzzle waiting to be solved. I tried to ignore it, to focus on the tasks at hand, but its presence loomed over me like a shadow, casting a sense of unease over my otherwise routine workday. Finally, unable to resist the allure of the mystery any longer, I made up my mind to unlock the drawer. I waited until after hours, when the office was empty and the only sound was the soft hum of the air conditioning. With trembling hands, I inserted the key into the lock and turned it slowly, the metallic click echoing in the quiet room. The drawer slid open with a whisper, revealing its contents or lack thereof. I blinked in disbelief. The drawer was completely empty, save for a thin layer of dust that had settled on the bottom. I felt a surge of frustration rise within me. Had it all been for nothing? Was there no explanation for the locked drawer after all? But as I reached out to close the drawer, my heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. My fingers brushed against empty space, where there should have been a stack of papers of familiar weight that was now conspicuously absent. Panic gripped me as I realized what had happened. All of my personal items, the photographs, the mementos, the trinkets that had adorned my desk for years were gone, vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed at all. I stumbled back from the desk, my mind reeling with disbelief. How was this possible? Who would do such a thing and why? Questions swirled in my mind, but the answers remained elusive. I felt as though I had stumbled into some twisted alternate reality, where nothing made sense and every clue only led to more questions. In the days that followed, I became obsessed with unraveling the mystery of the locked drawer and the disappearance of my personal items. I scoured the office for any sign of foul play, questioning my coworkers and poring over security footage, but all to no avail. The more I searched, the more I began to feel like a character in a detective novel, chasing shadows and piecing together clues that led nowhere. But no matter how hard I tried, the truth remained just out of reach, taunting me with its elusiveness. And as the days turned into weeks, I began to wonder if I would ever find the answers I so desperately sought. Was this some elaborate prank orchestrated by a coworker with a twisted sense of humor? Or was there something more sinister at play, something lurking in the shadows of the office waiting to be uncovered? I became consumed by paranoia, jumping at every sound and seeing shadows in every corner. The once familiar walls of the office now seemed to close in around me, suffocating me with their silent accusation. But just when I was on the brink of giving up hope, a breakthrough came. A small, seemingly insignificant detail that I had overlooked in my frantic search for answers. It was a security log, tucked away in a dusty corner of the office, recording every entry and exit to the building. And there, buried among the rows of data, was a clue, a single entry that stood out like a beacon in the darkness. It was a name, one that I recognized all too well, a former employee who had been let go under less than amicable circumstances. Could it be possible that they were behind the disappearance of my personal items, seeking revenge for some perceived slight? With newfound determination, I set out to confront the former employee, my heart pounding with anticipation. But when I finally came face to face with them, all of my suspicions were laid to rest. They denied any involvement in the disappearance of my personal items, claiming innocence with a sincerity that I couldn't ignore. And as I looked into their eyes, I realized that they were telling the truth. The mystery of the locked drawer and the disappearance of my personal items remained unsolved, a puzzle with no solution. But in the end, I realized that perhaps some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved, that sometimes the journey was more important than the destination. And as I returned to my desk, the empty drawer mocking me with its silence, I made peace with the uncertainty of it all. For in the end, it wasn't about finding the answers, it was about learning to live with the questions. Story 26. In the quaint and cozy hallway of a small suburban home, there hung a painting that had become the focal point of many a passing glance. It depicted a serene landscape, bathed in the warm hues of a setting sun. The rolling hills were adorned with lush greenery, and a gentle stream wound its way through the center, reflecting the golden light of the sky above. It was a scene of tranquility frozen in time, captured by the skilled hand of an unknown artist. At first, the painting was merely a decorative addition to the hallway, blending seamlessly into the background of daily life. But as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, something peculiar began to happen. The one once serene landscape seemed to shift subtly, as if the colors were alive, changing imperceptibly with each passing day. The first sign of this change was so subtle that it went unnoticed by the inhabitants of the home. A slight darkening of the sky, a faint shadow creeping across the hills. But as time went on, the transformation became impossible to ignore. The once vibrant colors began to fade, replaced by somber shades of gray. The lush greenery wilted and withered, and the gentle stream turned into a turbulent river, its waters dark and foreboding. Curiosity turned to concern, and concern to fear, as the painting continued to deteriorate before their eyes. It was as if a dark force had taken hold of the canvas, twisting and distorting the once peaceful scene into something out of a nightmare. Despite their growing unease, the inhabitants of the home couldn't bring themselves to remove the painting. There was something mesmerizing about its transformation, something that drew them in despite their better judgment. They found themselves lingering in the hallway, studying the painting with a mix of fascination and dread. Then, one fateful night, as a violent storm raged outside, something extraordinary happened. The sound of thunder echoed through the house, shaking the very foundations and causing the windows to rattle in their frames. But it wasn't the storm outside that had caused the commotion, it was coming from the painting itself. In disbelief, the inhabitants of the home gathered in front of the painting, their hearts pounding in their chests. What they saw before them was beyond comprehension. The once static scene had come to life before their eyes, the dark clouds swirling ominously overhead as lightning crackled and danced across the sky. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the storm subsided, leaving the painting once again still and silent. The inhabitants of the home exchanged bewildered glances, their minds struggling to make sense of what they had just witnessed. From that day forward, the painting took on a new significance in the household. No longer just a piece of decor, it was now a source of mystery and wonder, a testament to the inexplicable forces that lurked beyond the realm of understanding. As time passed, the painting continued to change, its transformation mirroring the ebbs and flows of life itself. Sometimes it would revert back to its original state, the serene landscape bathed in the warm glow of the sun. But more often than not, it remained shrouded in darkness, a reminder of the fragility of peace and the ever-present specter of chaos. And though the inhabitants of the home could never fully explain the mysteries of the painting, they came to accept it as a part of their lives. For in its ever-changing canvas, they found a reflection of their own journey, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always beauty to be found, if only one knows where to look. As the years passed, the painting became a topic of speculation and intrigue among visitors to the home. Some dismissed it as a mere trick of the light, while others whispered tales of supernatural phenomena and cursed artifacts. But no matter the interpretation, one thing remained certain: the painting held a power over those who beheld it, drawing them in with its enigmatic allure. Despite the passage of time, the painting's mysteries remained unsolved, its secrets locked away behind layers of paint and canvas. And as each new generation passed through the halls of the home, they too became captivated by its ever-changing beauty, forever entranced by the enigma of the painting. Story 27. Every night, as the world outside my window fell into the embrace of darkness, I found myself enveloped in a different kind of darkness, one that whispered secrets and stirred shadows in the depths of my mind. It started innocently enough, a faint murmur, like the rustle of leaves on a quiet evening breeze. At first, I dismissed it as nothing more than the creaking of the old house settling into sleep. But as the nights passed, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they became an undeniable presence in the stillness of the night. It was always the same, a soft voice, barely audible, whispering my name right next to my ear. I would jolt awake, heart pounding in my chest, only to find myself alone in the darkness, the only sound the steady rhythm of my own breath. At first, I tried to rationalize the phenomenon. Perhaps it was the product of an overactive imagination, a trick of the mind brought on by the silence of the night. Or maybe it was just the wind, carrying echoes of distant voices through the quiet streets. But deep down, I knew better. There was something eerie, something otherworldly about the whispers that haunted my dreams. They seemed to come from a place beyond the realm of the living, a place where shadows danced and secrets lurked in the darkness. Night after night, I lay awake in bed, dreading the moment when sleep would claim me and the whispers would return. I tried to ignore them, to drown them out with the cacophony of my own thoughts, but they persisted like a persistent echo that refused to be silenced. As the days turned into weeks, the whispers began to take on a life of their own, weaving themselves into the fabric of my reality. I would hear them during the day too, faint and fleeting, like distant echoes carried on the wind. It was maddening, this constant barrage of whispers, this relentless assault on my sanity. I became paranoid, jumping at every sound, seeing shadows in every corner. I avoided the darkness at all costs, fearing what lurked within its depths. And yet, despite my best efforts, the whispers continued to haunt me, a constant reminder of the darkness that lay just beyond the edge of consciousness. Desperate for answers, I sought solace in the pages of old books and dusty tomes, searching for any mention of the whispers that plagued my nights. But the more I searched, the more elusive the truth became, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. It wasn't until I stumbled upon an ancient manuscript hidden away in the depths of the library that I finally began to unravel the mystery of the whispers. It spoke of a being from a forgotten time, a creature of darkness that fed on the fears of the living, whispering their names in the dead of night. At first, I dismissed it as nothing more than a work of fiction, a fanciful tale spun from the depths of imagination. But as I delved deeper into the pages, I realized that the truth was far more sinister than I could have imagined. The being, it seemed, had latched onto me, a lone soul adrift in the sea of darkness, ripe for the picking. And with each whisper it grew stronger, feeding on my fear and uncertainty, until I was nothing more than a puppet dancing to its dark symphony. But armed with the knowledge of its existence, I refused to be its prey. I fought back with every ounce of strength I possessed, banishing the whispers to the darkest recesses of my mind, where they could no longer torment me. And though the nights were still haunted by echoes of the past, I found solace in the knowledge that I was no longer alone, that I had faced the darkness head-on and emerged victorious. For in the end, it wasn't the whispers that defined me, it was the strength to stand against them, to defy the darkness and reclaim my peace of mind. And as I drifted off to sleep, the whispers fading into the distance, I knew that I was finally free. Story 28. In the quaint town of Willowbrook, nestled amidst towering trees and rolling hills, there stood a charming old house with a history as rich and mysterious as the land it sat upon. It was a house with secrets, whispered about by the townsfolk in hushed tones and passed down through generations like cherished heirlooms. And it was within the confines of this house that our tale begins. The house, known simply as Willow Manor, had long been the residence of the Montgomery family, who had called it home for as many generations as anyone could remember. With its ivy-covered walls and creaking floorboards, it was a place steeped in history, where every corner seemed to hold a story waiting to be told. For Amelia Montgomery, the current occupant of Willow Manor, the house was both a sanctuary and a source of endless fascination. She had spent countless hours exploring its labyrinthine corridors and hidden nooks, uncovering forgotten treasures and unraveling the mysteries of its past. But nothing could have prepared her for what she discovered one fateful evening. It started like any other night. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sprawling grounds of Willow Manor. As dusk settled over the land, Amelia retired to her study, where she spent the evening poring over old books and dusty manuscripts, lost in the world of academia. But as the hours passed and the clock struck midnight, Amelia was startled by a strange noise echoing through the house. It was a sound she had never heard before, a low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within the bowels of the house. Intrigued, Amelia set down her books and followed the sound, her footsteps echoing on the polished floorboards as she made her way through the dimly lit corridors. As she drew closer to the source of the noise, she noticed something peculiar, a faint glow emanating from beneath a worn Persian rug in the hallway. With a sense of trepidation, Amelia lifted the rug aside, revealing a trapdoor hidden beneath. Heart pounding, she hesitated for a moment before summoning the courage to open it, revealing a staircase descending into darkness below. Without hesitation, Amelia descended into the depths of the house, the musty air thick with the scent of age and neglect. With each step she took, the thumping grew louder, echoing off the stone walls and sending shivers down her spine. At last she reached the bottom of the staircase, where she was met with a sight that took her breath away. Before her stretched a vast chamber, its walls lined with shelves upon shelves of ancient tomes and arcane artifacts. But it was what lay at the center of the room that truly captivated her, a grand staircase, identical to the one that graced the foyer of Willow Manor, ascending into darkness above. For hours, Amelia explored the hidden chamber, marveling at the wonders it contained. There were relics from civilizations long forgotten, and manuscripts written in languages she could scarcely comprehend. But no matter where she looked, she could find no explanation for the staircase that stood before her, nor the strange thumping that had drawn her here in the first place. As dawn broke over the horizon, casting its golden light upon the land outside, Amelia made her way back to the surface, the secrets of the hidden chamber still swirling in her mind. But when she reached the hallway where the trapdoor had been, she found nothing but bare floorboards beneath the rug, as if the staircase had never existed at all. Confused and bewildered, Amelia returned to her study, where she spent the rest of the day pondering the events of the previous night. Had it all been a dream, or had she stumbled upon something truly extraordinary hidden within the depths of Willow Manor? But try as she might, Amelia could find no answers, and as the days turned into weeks, the memory of the hidden staircase faded into obscurity, becoming little more than a curious footnote in the annals of Willow Manor's history. And though Amelia would spend the rest of her days searching for the truth, the mystery of the second staircase would remain unsolved, a tantalizing enigma forever shrouded in darkness. Story 29. It was a crisp autumn morning when I stumbled upon the ancient-looking object buried in my backyard. I had been out for my morning jog, lost in thought as I meandered through the familiar paths of my neighborhood, when something caught my eye, a glint of metal nestled among the fallen leaves. Curiosity piqued, I bent down to investigate, brushing away the debris to reveal a small, intricately carved artifact, its surface weathered with age. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before, a relic from a bygone era that seemed out of place in the suburban landscape of my backyard. I picked up the object, turning it over in my hands, marveling at the craftsmanship that had gone into its creation. It was a mystery, a puzzle waiting to be solved, and I couldn't resist the urge to uncover its secrets. But as I brought the artifact inside and placed it on the kitchen table, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It was as though the object didn't belong, as though it had appeared out of thin air, an anomaly in the fabric of reality. That night, as I prepared for bed, I found myself unable to shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the air. The artifact sat on the bedside table, casting a long shadow in the dim light of the room, its presence a silent reminder of the mystery that awaited. I tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep, my mind consumed by thoughts of the strange object that had appeared in my backyard. And as the night wore on, I became aware of a faint, almost imperceptible sound, a whisper, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. I sat up, heart pounding in my chest, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. But the room was empty, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight that filtered through the curtains. I shook my head, chiding myself for letting my imagination run wild. It was just my mind playing tricks on me. I told myself a trick of the darkness, a figment of my own imagination. But deep down, I knew better. There was something unnatural about the artifact that sat on the bedside table, something that defied rational explanation. And as I drifted off to sleep, the whispers echoing in the recesses of my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next morning, I awoke to find the artifact gone from the bedside table, its absence a stark reminder of the mystery that surrounded it. I searched the room frantically, tearing through drawers and rifling through closets, but it was nowhere to be found. Panic seized me as I realized that the artifact had vanished, as though it had never existed at all. Had it been a dream, a trick of the mind brought on by lack of sleep and an overactive imagination? Or was there something more sinister at play, something lurking in the shadows of my own home? I spent the day in a haze of anxiety, my thoughts consumed by the artifact that had inexplicably disappeared. It was as though a piece of me had been ripped away, leaving behind an empty void that echoed with the hollow sound of uncertainty. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside seemed to taunt me, a silent reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of consciousness. And then, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard the faint sound of movement, like footsteps creeping through the darkness. My heart leapt into my throat as I sat up, scanning the room for any sign of intruders. But the room was empty, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight that filtered through the curtains. And yet, despite the absence of any visible threat, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the air. The days turned into weeks, and still the artifact eluded me, appearing in different places around the house every morning, no matter where I put it the night before. It was as though it had a mind of its own, a willful spirit that defied explanation. I became obsessed with uncovering the truth behind the artifact, scouring ancient texts and dusty tomes for any mention of its kind. But the more I searched, the more elusive the answers became, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And as the artifact continued to haunt my days and nights, I began to wonder if I would ever uncover the truth behind its enigmatic presence. Was it a relic from a forgotten time, a remnant of a lost civilization that had somehow found its way into my backyard? Or was it something more sinister, a harbinger of darkness that sought to ensnare me in its web of deceit? Whatever its true nature, one thing was certain: the artifact had changed me, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and lingering doubts. But as I gazed into the depths of its ancient surface, I realized that perhaps some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved, that sometimes the journey was more important than the destination. And as I embraced the uncertainty of the unknown, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, a newfound acceptance of the darkness that lurked within and without. For in the end, it wasn't the artifact that defined me, it was the courage to face the unknown and emerge unscathed, ready to confront whatever secrets the night whispered in my ear. Story 30. In the bustling city of Metropolis, where the skyscrapers reached for the heavens and the streets thrummed with the rhythm of life, there stood a nondescript office building nestled amidst the urban sprawl. It was a place of routine and monotony, where the days bled into one another in a never-ending cycle of emails and meetings. For Samantha Turner, a young marketing executive who spent her days navigating the corporate labyrinth, the office was both a sanctuary and a prison. Each morning she would don her business attire and make the trek to work, where she would spend the next 8 hours lost in a sea of paperwork and endless deadlines. But one fateful afternoon, as Samantha stood before the bathroom mirror, freshening up after a particularly grueling meeting, she caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. Turning slowly, she saw the faint outline of a figure standing behind her, its presence sending a shiver down her spine. Heart pounding, Samantha whirled around, expecting to find a coworker or perhaps a janitor who had wandered in by mistake. But to her astonishment, there was no one there. The bathroom was empty, the only sound the gentle hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. Confused and unnerved, Samantha turned back to the mirror, her reflection staring back at her with an intensity that sent a chill down her spine. And then, to her horror, the reflection smiled a wry, knowing smile that sent a wave of fear coursing through her veins. For a moment, Samantha stood frozen in place, her mind reeling as she tried to make sense of what she had just witnessed. Had she imagined it, or had something truly inexplicable occurred within the confines of the office bathroom? Shaken but determined to dismiss the incident as a trick of the light or a figment of her imagination, Samantha returned to her desk, where she threw herself into her work with renewed fervor. But try as she might, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, that the eyes of her reflection were following her every move with a malevolent gleam. As the days passed, Samantha's unease only grew, her once mundane existence now overshadowed by a sense of impending dread. Everywhere she went, she felt the presence of her reflection looming over her like a dark cloud, its silent scrutiny weighing heavily upon her soul. Desperate for answers, Samantha confided in her coworkers, hoping that they might offer some explanation for the strange occurrences that had plagued her in recent days. But to her dismay, they dismissed her concerns as nothing more than stress-induced paranoia, chalking it up to the pressures of corporate life. Determined to prove them wrong, Samantha began to research the history of the office building, scouring old newspapers and online forums for any mention of paranormal activity or unexplained phenomena. But try as she might, she could find no evidence to support her claims, no rational explanation for the strange events that had unfolded before her eyes. And then, just when Samantha was on the brink of giving up hope, she received an unexpected visitor, a woman claiming to be a psychic medium who had sensed a disturbance within the office building and had come to offer her assistance. With nothing left to lose, Samantha agreed to meet with the woman, who introduced herself as Madame Leclerc. Together they embarked on a journey into the unknown, delving deep into the mysteries of the office building and the dark forces that lurked within its walls. And as they delved deeper into the shadows, Samantha began to unravel the truth behind the strange occurrences that had plagued her in recent days. For it was not her reflection that had been watching her, but something far more sinister, a malevolent spirit trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead, its presence haunting the office building for reasons unknown. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Samantha confronted the spirit head-on, banishing it from the office building once and for all and freeing herself from its sinister influence. And though the memory of her ordeal would haunt her for years to come, Samantha emerged from the experience stronger and more resilient than ever before, ready to face whatever challenges the future might hold. Story 31. The message flashed on my phone screen, illuminating the darkness of the room with its stark words, "Why didn't you save me?" I felt my heart lurch in my chest, a surge of emotions flooding through me, shock, disbelief, and a bone-deep sorrow that threatened to engulf me in its depths. It had been a year since my friend's passing, a year filled with grief and unanswered questions, a year spent grappling with the weight of loss, and the burden of guilt. I stared at the message, unable to comprehend its meaning. How was it possible that my friend, who had left this world a year ago, was now reaching out to me from beyond the grave? I tried to rationalize it, to find some logical explanation for the inexplicable, but the words on the screen refused to be ignored, haunting me with their silent accusation. Why didn't you save me? The question echoed in my mind, a relentless reminder of the choices I had made and the consequences they had wrought. Had I failed my friend in some way? Could I have done anything to prevent their untimely demise? Memories flooded back to me, the laughter we had shared, the tears we had shed, the moments of joy and sorrow that had bound us together in friendship. And yet, despite the depth of our connection, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had somehow let them down. I scrolled through the messages on my phone, searching for some clue, some hint of what had led to my friend's final message. But there was nothing, no indication of their struggle, no warning of the darkness that had consumed them. Desperate for answers, I reached out to mutual friends and acquaintances, hoping that someone could shed light on the mystery that surrounded my friend's passing. But each conversation only deepened the sense of unease that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. It wasn't until I revisited the memories of our last conversation, the words left unspoken, the promises left unfulfilled, that I began to understand the true meaning behind my friend's final message. In the weeks leading up to their passing, my friend had been struggling with their demons, struggling with their fears, struggling with the darkness that threatened to consume them whole. And yet, despite their pain, they had chosen to suffer in silence, unwilling to burden others with their troubles. I remembered the night we had talked, a fleeting moment of connection in a sea of indifference. They had reached out to me, their voice trembling with emotion, their eyes betraying a vulnerability that they had long sought to hide. And yet, instead of offering comfort or solace, I had turned away, consumed by my own worries and insecurities. I had failed to see the pain that lay beneath the surface, failed to recognize the cry for help that had gone unanswered. Why didn't you save me? The words echoed in my mind, a painful reminder of the choices I had made and the consequences they had wrought. But as I grappled with the weight of regret, I realized that it wasn't too late, that I still had the power to honor my friend's memory and make amends for my shortcomings. I reached out to their family, offering my condolences and support in their time of need. I volunteered at local charities and organizations, hoping to make a positive impact in the lives of others who were struggling with their own demons. And most importantly, I vowed to never again turn a blind eye to the pain of those around me, to listen, truly listen, to the voices that cried out in the darkness, and to offer whatever support and compassion I could muster. As time passed, the pain of loss began to fade, replaced by a sense of purpose and renewal. And though the memory of my friend would always hold a special place in my heart, I took solace in the knowledge that their legacy would live on in the kindness and compassion that I sought to embody each and every day. For in the end, it wasn't the regrets that defined me, it was the lessons learned and the actions taken to ensure that no one would ever again be left to suffer alone. And as I looked to the future with hope and determination, I knew that my friend was watching over me, their spirit guiding me on the path toward healing and redemption. Story 32. The night was dark and the road stretched out before me like an endless ribbon of asphalt, winding its way through the sleepy countryside. I had been driving for hours, the rhythmic hum of the engine lulling me into a state of near hypnosis as I made my way home after a long day at work. As I navigated the winding country roads, my mind wandered, lost in a sea of thoughts and memories. But as I rounded a bend in the road, something caught my eye, a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror, shining bright in the darkness behind me. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see another car approaching from behind. but to my surprise there was no one there. Confused, I returned my attention to the road ahead, dismissing the strange occurrence as a trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. But as I continued on my journey, the headlights remained, keeping pace with my own car, as if tethered to it by some unseen force. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized that the car behind me was matching my speed exactly, never falling behind nor pulling ahead. With a growing sense of unease, I tried to shake off the feeling of being watched, focusing instead on the road ahead. But no matter how fast I drove or how many turns I made, the mysterious car remained right behind me, its headlights casting long shadows on the road ahead. As the minutes turned into hours, my anxiety grew, fueled by the relentless pursuit of the empty car behind me. I began to wonder if I was hallucinating, if the stress and fatigue of the long day had finally caught up with me, playing tricks on my mind in the darkness of the night. But deep down, I knew that there was something more at play, a presence lurking just beyond the edges of my perception, waiting to reveal itself in its own time. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I had no choice but to confront whatever lay behind me, to face the unknown head-on and discover the truth once and for all. Summoning every ounce of courage I had left, I slowed my car to a crawl, allowing the mysterious vehicle to draw alongside mine. And as it did, my heart skipped a beat, for there, in the driver's seat, sat nothing but empty space. I gasped in shock, my hands trembling on the steering wheel as I struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. How could a car be driving itself? Was it some kind of elaborate prank, or had I stumbled upon something far more sinister? As if in response to my unspoken question, the empty car continued to keep pace with mine, its headlights piercing the darkness like twin beacons in the night. And then, with a suddenness that took my breath away, it veered off the road and disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind nothing but the echo of its passing. For a long moment, I sat frozen in my seat, my mind racing as I tried to process the events that had just unfolded. But try as I might, I could find no rational explanation for what I had witnessed, no logical reason for a car to be driving itself in the dead of night. With a heavy heart, I resumed my journey home, the memory of the empty driver's seat haunting me every step of the way. And though I would never forget this strange encounter, I knew that some mysteries were not meant to be solved, that some truths were better left buried in the darkness where they belonged. Story 33. The discovery came unexpectedly, a hidden secret unearthed beneath the layers of my seemingly ordinary home. As the renovation project unfolded, revealing the bones of the house that had remained hidden for decades, I stumbled upon a hidden basement, an anomaly buried beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. Curiosity piqued, I descended the creaking stairs into the depths below, the stale air heavy with the weight of history. My footsteps echoed against the cold stone walls, a solitary sound in the darkness that enveloped me. And there, in the dim light that filtered through the cracks in the ceiling above, I found it a chalkboard, its surface marred by years of neglect, bearing a message that sent a chill down my spine. "Stay here, it's safe." The words were scrawled in frantic repetition, as though the author had been compelled to write them over and over again, a desperate plea etched into the very fabric of the room. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I stared at the words, a sense of unease settling over me like a heavy cloak. Who had written them? And why had they felt the need to leave such a cryptic message behind? I reached out a trembling hand, tracing the outline of the letters as though seeking answers that lay just beyond my grasp. But the chalkboard remained silent, its secrets locked away beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. As the days passed, the mystery of the hidden basement weighed heavily on my mind, casting a shadow over the otherwise mundane routines of daily life. I found myself drawn to the room like a moth to a flame, unable to resist the pull of its enigmatic presence. I spent hours poring over old documents and newspaper clippings, searching for any mention of the hidden basement or the message scrawled upon its walls. But the more I searched, the more elusive the answers became, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And yet, despite the lack of tangible evidence, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to the basement than met the eye, that beneath its seemingly innocuous exterior lay a truth waiting to be revealed. I began to notice subtle changes in the house, strange noises in the dead of night, shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. At first I dismissed them as tricks of the mind, the byproduct of an overactive imagination fueled by the mystery of the hidden basement. But as the disturbances grew more frequent, I found myself questioning the very fabric of reality, wondering if there was some unseen force at play, a force that sought to keep the secrets of the basement buried beneath the surface. And then, one fateful night, I heard the sound of footsteps echoing through the darkness, drawing closer with each passing moment. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood frozen in place, the weight of uncertainty pressing down upon me like a suffocating blanket. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the footsteps ceased, leaving behind an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized that I was not alone, that there was something lurking in the shadows, something that had been waiting for me all along. With trembling hands, I reached for the chalkboard, tracing the words of the message with a sense of urgency that bordered on desperation. "Stay here, it's safe," they whispered, a silent reassurance in the face of the unknown. But as I stood there in the darkness, a realization dawned upon me, a truth that sent a shiver down my spine. The message was not meant for me, it was meant for someone else, someone who had sought refuge in the safety of the hidden basement. And yet, despite the passage of time, despite the layers of dust and decay that had accumulated over the years, the basement remained empty, a silent testament to the mysteries that lay buried beneath the surface. I knew then that I had stumbled upon something far more profound than I had ever imagined, that beneath the surface of my seemingly ordinary home lay a truth waiting to be uncovered, a truth that had been hidden from view for far too long. And as I stood there in the darkness, the weight of uncertainty pressing down upon me like a suffocating blanket, I made a decision to delve deeper into the secrets of the hidden basement, to unravel the mysteries that lay buried beneath the surface, no matter the cost. Story 34. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the desert landscape as I drove down the dusty highway, the windows rolled down and the radio playing softly in the background. I had been on the road for hours, the monotony of the open road broken only by the occasional passing car or roadside diner. As I glanced at the map spread out on the passenger seat beside me, I noticed a small side road that seemed to offer a shortcut to my destination, a winding path that promised to shave hours off my journey. With a sense of adventure coursing through my veins, I veered off the main highway and onto the narrow dirt road, eager to explore the unknown. At first, the road seemed like any other, a dusty track winding its way through the desert, flanked on either side by scrubby bushes and barren rock formations. But as I drove further and further from the main highway, I began to notice something strange. The landscape around me seemed frozen in time, as if trapped in a perpetual state of sameness. No matter how far I drove, the scenery remained unchanged, the same endless expanse of desert stretching out before me in all directions. I glanced at the map, hoping to find some indication of where I was, but to my dismay, the road I was on didn't even appear on the map, as if it had been erased from existence. With a growing sense of unease, I pressed on, determined to find my way back to familiar territory. But no matter how many twists and turns I took, the road seemed to stretch on forever, its endless curves and bends leading me further and further from civilization. Hours passed, the sun sinking below the horizon and the desert landscape bathed in the soft glow of twilight. And yet still, the road stretched on, its never-ending path twisting and turning like a serpent in the desert sand. As the darkness closed in around me, I felt a creeping sense of dread gnawing at my insides. What had started as a simple shortcut had turned into a nightmare, a journey into the unknown from which there seemed to be no escape. With each passing mile, the road seemed to grow narrower and more treacherous, the surrounding landscape becoming increasingly desolate and barren. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I rounded a bend in the road and found myself back where I had started. I stared in disbelief at the familiar stretch of highway before me, the same dusty track I had left hours ago now mocking me with its endless sameness. It was as if I had been caught in some kind of twisted loop, doomed to repeat the same journey over and over again for all eternity. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I turned the car around and headed back the way I had come, hoping against hope that I could find a way out of this endless nightmare. But no matter which direction I drove, the road seemed to lead me back to the same spot, trapping me in its unyielding grip. As the hours turned into days, I began to lose all sense of time and space, my mind unraveling as I struggled to make sense of the impossible. Had I stumbled upon some kind of supernatural phenomenon, or was I simply losing my grip on reality? In the end, it didn't matter. All that mattered was finding a way out, escaping the never-ending road that had become my prison. And so I drove on, fueled by desperation and the faint glimmer of hope that somehow there was a way back to the world I had left behind. Story 35. It started with whispers, fleeting glimpses, passing remarks that I brushed off as nothing more than coincidence. But as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they became a constant presence in my life. People keep telling me they saw you at the cafe downtown, a friend remarked one afternoon, a puzzled frown creasing their brow. But I thought you said you were at home all day. I shrugged, offering a weak smile in response. It must be a case of mistaken identity, I replied, though the unease gnawing at the edges of my consciousness told me otherwise. And yet, despite my attempts to rationalize the phenomenon, the sightings persisted, strangers approaching me on the street, claiming to have seen me at a party I never attended, or a concert I had no recollection of attending. At first, I brushed it off as nothing more than a series of bizarre coincidences, the product of overactive imaginations and faulty memories. But as the sightings grew more frequent, more detailed, I couldn't help but wonder if there was something more to the phenomenon than met the eye. And then, one fateful day, I saw him, a perfect replica of myself, standing on the street corner, his gaze fixed on me with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. I froze in place, my heart pounding in my chest as I stared into the face of my doppelganger, a mirror image of myself that seemed to defy explanation. For a moment we stood there locked in a silent exchange, the world around us fading into the background as the gravity of the situation washed over me. And then, as suddenly as he had appeared, my doppelganger vanished into the crowd, leaving behind a trail of questions and uncertainty in his wake. I stumbled back, my mind reeling with disbelief. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was it some trick of the light, some hallucination brought on by stress or lack of sleep? But deep down, I knew better. There was something real, something tangible about the encounter that I couldn't ignore, a sense of connection, of recognition, that transcended the boundaries of rational explanation. As the days passed, I became consumed by the mystery of my doppelganger, unable to shake the feeling that he was somehow connected to the strange sightings that had plagued me for so long. I scoured old family photos and documents, searching for any mention of a long-lost relative or distant ancestor who bore a striking resemblance to myself. But the search yielded nothing, no clues, no answers, only more questions. And yet, despite the lack of concrete evidence, I couldn't shake the feeling that my doppelganger held the key to unlocking the secrets of my past, that he was somehow a reflection of the person I was meant to be, a shadow self lurking just beyond the edges of my consciousness. I began to see him everywhere, in the faces of strangers on the street, in the reflection of the mirror, even in the depths of my own dreams. It was as though he was haunting me, taunting me with his presence, a silent reminder of the mysteries that lay buried beneath the surface. I became obsessed with unraveling the truth behind the phenomenon, scouring old journals and diaries for any mention of strange occurrences or unexplained sightings. But the more I searched, the more elusive the answers became, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And then, just when I was on the brink of giving up hope, a breakthrough came. A chance encounter with an old family friend who claimed to have knowledge of a long-forgotten secret that had been buried for generations. They spoke of a legend, a tale of doppelgangers and doubles, of mirror images that walked the earth in search of their other half. And as they recounted the details of the story, I felt a sense of recognition wash over me, a deep-seated knowing that I had heard it before, somewhere in the depths of my own subconscious. For the legend spoke of a bond, a connection forged in the fires of fate, linking two souls together in an eternal dance of light and shadow. And though the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, I knew that I had to follow it to confront the truth of my doppelganger and uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the surface. And so, armed with newfound determination and a sense of purpose that burned bright within me, I set out on a journey to uncover the truth of my doppelganger and unlock the secrets of my past, no matter the cost. Story 36. The local park had always been a place of solace for me, a sanctuary of greenery and tranquility nestled amidst the hustle and bustle of the city. But when rumors began to circulate about a strange occurrence at the heart of the park, my peaceful refuge took on a new air of mystery and intrigue. It started with whispers, a hushed murmur that spread through the community like wildfire. People spoke of a statue, an angelic figure perched atop a marble pedestal that appeared to be crying tears of stone. Intrigued by the rumors, I made my way to the park one afternoon, my curiosity piqued by the enigma that awaited me. And there, in the heart of the verdant landscape, I found a statue of an angel, its features contorted in a silent expression of sorrow, tears streaming down its chiseled cheeks. I stood there in awe, transfixed by the sight before me, a masterpiece of artistry and emotion that seemed to defy rational explanation. How was it possible that a mere statue could convey such raw emotion, such profound sorrow? But as I gazed into the angel's tear-streaked face, I felt a sense of empathy wash over me, a connection forged in the depths of shared suffering and loss. And though I couldn't explain the phenomenon, I knew that there was something profoundly human about the tears that flowed from the statue's eyes. The next day, I returned to the park with a sense of anticipation, eager to witness the continuation of the mysterious spectacle that had captivated the community. But to my surprise, the statue had changed. The tears that had once stained its cheeks were gone, replaced by a radiant smile that seemed to light up the entire park. I blinked in disbelief, unsure of what to make of this sudden transformation. How was it possible that the statue had gone from weeping to smiling overnight? And what did it mean for the enigma that had captured the imagination of the city? As I stood there pondering the mysteries of the statue, a voice broke through the silence, a gentle whisper that seemed to echo in the recesses of my mind. "It's a message," the voice murmured, its words tinged with a sense of reverence. "A message of hope and redemption, of joy born from sorrow." I turned to see an elderly man standing beside me, his eyes filled with wisdom and understanding. He spoke of legends, tales passed down through generations, of a statue that wept for the sins of humanity, its tears a symbol of the pain and suffering that plagued the world. But now the man continued, his voice soft but filled with conviction. The statue smiles, a sign that redemption is possible, that even in the darkest of times there is light to be found. I listened to his words, captivated by the sense of wonder and possibility that infused them. Could it be true? Could the statue's transformation be a harbinger of hope, a reminder that even in the face of despair, there was still beauty and joy to be found? As I pondered the man's words, a sense of peace washed over me, a realization that the mystery of the statue was not meant to be solved, but embraced as a symbol of the human experience, with all its complexities and contradictions. And so, as I left the park that day, I carried with me a newfound sense of hope, a belief in the power of transformation and the resilience of the human spirit. For in the tears of the statue, I had found solace, and in its smile I had found a reason to believe that, no matter the challenges we faced, there was always the possibility of a brighter tomorrow. Story 37. The echoes of laughter and conversation drifted through the walls of my apartment, filling the empty space with a sense of warmth and companionship. It was a familiar sound, one that had become a nightly ritual, a comforting reminder that I was not alone in the world. Or so I thought. You see, for the past few months, ever since my roommate had moved out to pursue a new job in another city, I had been hearing strange noises coming from his old room. At first I dismissed it as nothing more than the creaks and groans of an old building settling into the night. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months, the noises grew louder and more distinct, taking on the unmistakable cadence of human conversation. It was as if my roommate had never left, as if he were still there in the next room, going about his nightly routine as if nothing had changed. At first I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to my overactive imagination, or perhaps the lingering effects of loneliness. But as the voices grew louder and more persistent, I began to feel a creeping sense of unease gnawing at the edges of my mind. Unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, I finally mustered the courage to confront the source of the mysterious voices. Steeling myself for what I might find, I pushed open the door to my roommate's old room and stepped inside. What I saw took my breath away. There, in the dimly lit room, stood my roommate, or rather, a spectral apparition of him, his translucent form bathed in an ethereal glow. He was pacing back and forth, his movements fluid and graceful, as he talked animatedly to someone or something that I could not see. I stood frozen in place, unable to tear my eyes away from the ghostly figure before me. Was I dreaming? Had I finally succumbed to madness, driven to the brink by the relentless solitude of my empty apartment? But as I watched in horror, the truth slowly began to dawn on me. My roommate was not alone in that room. He was speaking to someone, a presence that I could not see, but whose presence I could feel like a weight pressing down on my chest. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I was witnessing something beyond the realm of the natural world, something that defied explanation or rationality. My roommate's spectral form was proof of that, a ghostly echo of the life he had left behind. As if sensing my presence, my roommate turned to face me, his eyes meeting mine with a look of recognition that sent a chill down my spine. And then, with a wistful smile, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but the echoes of his voice fading into the darkness. For a long moment, I stood there in shock, my mind reeling as I tried to make sense of what I had just witnessed. Had my roommate's spirit been trapped in the apartment, unable to move on to the next life? Or had he returned to offer me some kind of message or guidance from beyond the grave? I may never know the answers to those questions, but one thing was certain: I could no longer deny the existence of the phantom roommate who haunted my empty apartment. And as the night stretched on, I found myself listening intently to the sound of his voice, seeking solace in the echoes of his presence as I navigated the lonely corridors of my own mind. Story 38. The office was quiet. The only sound the soft hum of the fluorescent lights overhead as I sat hunched over my desk, the glow of my computer screen casting long shadows across the empty room. It was late, far later than I had intended to stay, but the deadline for the project I was working on was looming, and I was determined to see it through to the end. As I typed away at my keyboard, lost in a haze of concentration, the shrill ring of the office phone shattered the silence, causing me to jump in my seat. Frowning, I reached out and lifted the receiver to my ear, wondering who could possibly be calling at this hour. "Hello," I said, my voice echoing through the empty office. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line, followed by a voice that sent a chill down my spine, a voice that sounded just like mine. "Leave now," it said, the words coming out in a low, urgent whisper that sent shivers down my spine. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to comprehend what I had just heard. Had I imagined it, or had someone or something spoken to me from the other end of the line? With trembling hands, I set the phone back down on the receiver, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of the situation. But before I could gather my thoughts, the phone rang again, the same voice on the other end repeating its ominous warning. "Leave now," it said, the urgency in its tone unmistakable. Fear gnawed at the edges of my mind as I stared at the phone, my thoughts spinning in a whirlwind of confusion and dread. Who was calling me, and why did they sound just like me? With a sense of mounting unease, I rose from my desk and made my way to the door, my footsteps echoing through the empty office as I fled into the hallway beyond. But no matter how fast I ran or how far I went, the voice on the other end of the line continued to haunt me, its words echoing in my mind like a sinister mantra. For days, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being followed by an unseen presence that lurked just beyond the edges of my perception. Everywhere I went, I felt its eyes upon me, its voice whispering in the darkness, urging me to flee before it was too late. Desperate for answers, I confided in my coworkers, hoping that they might offer some explanation for the strange occurrences that had plagued me in recent days. But to my dismay, they dismissed my concerns as nothing more than stress-induced paranoia, chalking it up to the pressures of the job and the late nights I had been working. Determined to prove them wrong, I delved deeper into the mystery, scouring old records and online forums for any mention of similar experiences. And to my astonishment, I discovered that I was not alone, that others had heard the same voice, received the same warning, only to find themselves ensnared in a web of terror from which there was no escape. With each new revelation, my fear only grew, until it consumed me entirely, leaving me paralyzed with dread at the mere thought of answering the phone. And yet still, the voice on the other end continued to call, its words a constant reminder of the danger that lurked just beyond the surface of reality. In the end, I had no choice but to confront the source of the mysterious calls, to face whatever darkness lay waiting on the other end of the line. With trembling hands, I picked up the receiver one last time, steeling myself for whatever horrors awaited me. But to my astonishment, there was nothing there, no voice, no warning, only the empty silence of the night. And as I stood there in the darkness, the weight of the world lifted from my shoulders, replaced by a sense of relief unlike anything I had ever known. For in that moment I realized that the true source of the voice on the line had been within me all along, a manifestation of my own fears and insecurities, projected onto the world around me in a desperate bid for validation and understanding. And though the memory of those dark days would haunt me for years to come, I emerged from the experience stronger and more resilient than ever before, ready to face whatever challenges the future might hold with a newfound sense of courage and determination. Story 39. It began as a subtle anomaly, a small quirk in the otherwise mundane routine of daily life. I first noticed it one evening while lounging in my living room, idly glancing at the old grandfather clock that stood in the corner. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, a momentary lapse in perception brought on by fatigue or lack of sleep. But as I watched, transfixed by the rhythmic motion of the clock's hands, I realized that something was amiss. The hands were moving backward, tracing their path in reverse as though rewinding the passage of time itself. I blinked in disbelief, unsure of what to make of the strange phenomenon that unfolded before my eyes. I reached out a tentative hand, as if to touch the clock and confirm its reality, but hesitated at the last moment. There was something eerie, something otherworldly about the way it moved, a sense of unease that prickled at the edges of my consciousness. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the clock stopped, frozen in time, as though nothing had ever happened. I stared at it in silence, my mind racing with questions and uncertainty. The next day, I awoke to find the clock ticking backward once again, its hands inching closer to midnight with each passing moment. I watched in fascination, unable to tear my eyes away from the hypnotic rhythm of its motion. It was as though time itself had come undone, a relic from another era, a portal to a world where the laws of physics held no sway. And yet, despite the strangeness of the phenomenon, I couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration, a thrill of discovery that pulsed through my veins. As the days turned into weeks, the clock became a focal point of my existence, a constant reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond the confines of everyday reality. I spent hours studying its intricate mechanisms, searching for some clue, some hint of the forces that drove it to move in reverse. But the more I studied the clock, the more elusive the answers became, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. It was as though the very essence of time itself had been twisted and distorted, leaving behind only fragments of a reality that defied comprehension. And yet, despite the uncertainty that surrounded it, I couldn't shake the feeling that the clock held the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe, a gateway to a realm where time flowed in all directions at once, where past, present, and future merged into a single, seamless whole. But as I delved deeper into the mysteries of the clock, I began to notice subtle changes in the world around me, a sense of disorientation, of déjà vu, that lingered at the edges of my consciousness. It was as though the fabric of reality itself was unraveling, torn asunder by the forces unleashed by the clock's backward motion. And with each passing day, I felt myself slipping further and further away from the world I once knew, drawn inexorably toward the unknown. And then, one fateful evening, as I stood before the clock, transfixed by its mesmerizing motion, I felt a strange sensation wash over me, a sensation of falling, of tumbling headlong into the depths of time itself. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the sensation as it swept me away, carrying me on a journey through the corridors of eternity. And as I opened my eyes once more, I found myself standing in a place beyond time and space, a place where the past, present, and future converged in a kaleidoscope of color and sound. It was a place of infinite possibility, a realm where the boundaries of reality were but a distant memory. And as I gazed out upon the vast expanse of the cosmos, I realized that the clock had been but a vessel, a doorway to a world beyond imagination, where time flowed backward and forward in equal measure. And though I knew that I could never return to the world I once knew, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, a sense of fulfillment that transcended the limits of mortal existence. For in that moment, I had become one with the universe, a timeless being adrift in the currents of eternity. Story 40. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape of the canyon as I walked alone along its winding trails. It was a place of solitude and serenity, where the only sounds were the rustle of the wind through the brush and the distant cry of a hawk soaring overhead. As I hiked deeper into the canyon, the walls of rock rose up around me like towering sentinels, their jagged peaks reaching towards the heavens. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth as I made my way along the narrow path. With each step, the echo of my footsteps reverberated off the canyon walls, filling the air with a rhythmic cadence that seemed to pulse with life. It was a comforting sound, a reminder that I was not alone in this vast wilderness, that even in the silence of the desert, there was still a connection to the world beyond. But as I walked further into the depths of the canyon, the echoes began to change, their familiar rhythm giving way to something altogether different. At first, it was just a whisper, a faint murmur that danced on the edges of my consciousness, too soft to make out any distinct words. But as I listened closer, I realized with growing unease that the echoes were no longer simply repeating my own words, they were speaking to me, their voices weaving a tangled web of thoughts and emotions that seemed to come from somewhere deep within the recesses of my mind. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease that had settled over me, chalking it up to the solitude of the canyon and the trickery of the wind. But no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, the voices persisted, their words growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the echoes began to say things I hadn't said, words and phrases that seemed to come from nowhere, their meaning lost in the cacophony of sound. Terrified and disoriented, I stumbled along the trail, the voices growing louder and more chaotic with each passing moment. It was as if the canyon itself had come alive, its walls echoing with the thoughts and fears that had long lain dormant within my subconscious. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I was no longer in control, that something or someone was manipulating the echoes to suit its own twisted agenda. But try as I might, I could find no escape from the relentless onslaught of sound, no refuge from the voices that seemed to follow me wherever I went. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the shadows grew long, I knew that I had to find a way out, to break free from the grip of the canyon and the echoes that haunted its depths. With a newfound sense of determination, I pressed on, my footsteps echoing off the walls as I sought out the source of the voices that tormented me. And then, just when I thought I could take no more, I stumbled upon a narrow passageway hidden amidst the rocks, a secret path that led deeper into the heart of the canyon, away from the prying eyes and ears of the echoes that haunted its surface. With a sense of relief flooding through me, I stepped into the darkness of the passageway, leaving the echoes behind me as I ventured into the unknown. And as I walked, the voices grew fainter and fainter, until at last they faded into nothingness, leaving me alone in the silence of the canyon once more. For hours I wandered through the labyrinthine passages of the canyon, guided only by the dim light of the moon and the distant stars above. And though I never found the source of the voices that had plagued me, I emerged from the depths of the canyon a changed person, haunted by the echoes of a reality that seemed to blur the line between dream and nightmare. Story 41. The old house stood at the edge of town, its weathered facade a testament to the passage of time. For years, it had remained abandoned, a relic of a bygone era, shrouded in mystery and rumor. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and cast long shadows across the landscape, I found myself drawn to the house like a moth to a flame, unable to resist the allure of its silent whispers and hidden secrets. I pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside, the air heavy with the scent of dust and decay. The floorboards groaned beneath my weight as I made my way through the dimly lit hallway, my footsteps echoing in the empty silence. Room after room passed by in a blur, each one a snapshot of a life once lived, a faded photograph on the wall, a forgotten trinket on the mantelpiece. But it was the room at the end of the hallway that caught my eye, a door standing slightly ajar, beckoning me with an irresistible pull. I pushed open the door and stepped inside, my heart pounding in my chest as I surveyed the room before me. It was small and cramped, with no windows to let in the light, a solitary island adrift in a sea of darkness. And yet, despite its barren appearance, there was something about the room that felt ... wrong. It was as though the very fabric of reality had been twisted and distorted, leaving behind only a sense of unease and disquiet. I turned to leave, my footsteps faltering as I reached for the door handle, only to find that the door was gone, vanished into thin air as though it had never existed at all. Panic seized me as I realized that I was trapped in a room with no windows and no way out, alone in the darkness with no hope of escape. I tried to rationalize the situation to find some logical explanation for the disappearance of the door, but the more I searched, the more elusive the answers became, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And then, just when I was on the brink of despair, I heard the sound of footsteps echoing through the darkness, drawing closer with each passing moment. I froze in place, my heart pounding in my chest as I strained to catch a glimpse of the intruder who lurked beyond the shadows. But try as I might, I could see nothing, only the empty darkness that stretched out before me like a yawning chasm. And then, just when I thought I could bear the silence no longer, a voice broke through the darkness, a soft whisper that sent a shiver down my spine. "Welcome," it murmured, its words tinged with a sense of reverence. "Welcome to the House of Lost Doors, where reality bends and twists with every passing moment." I blinked in disbelief, unsure of what to make of the strange voice that echoed in the emptiness around me. Who was it? And what did they want from me? But before I could formulate a response, the voice spoke again, this time with a sense of urgency that sent a chill down my spine. "You must find the key," it urged, its words echoing in the darkness. "The key to unlock the door and escape this place before it's too late." I listened to the voice, its words sinking in with a sense of dread and foreboding. The key to unlock the door and escape the clutches of the House of Lost Doors. But where could I find it? And how could I hope to escape the darkness that surrounded me on all sides? With a sense of determination, I set out to search the room, scouring every nook and cranny for any sign of the elusive key. But try as I might, I could find nothing, only the empty darkness that stretched out before me like a yawning chasm. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I spotted it, a glimmer of light shining from beneath the floorboards, beckoning me with its tantalizing promise of escape. With trembling hands, I pried up the floorboards and reached inside, my fingers closing around the cool metal of the key as though it were a lifeline thrown to me in my darkest hour. And as I turned the key in the lock and pushed open the door, I felt a sense of relief wash over me, a sense of freedom and liberation that transcended the confines of the House of Lost Doors. For in that moment, I had escaped the darkness that threatened to consume me, emerging into the light with a newfound sense of purpose and determination. And though the memories of my time in the House of Lost Doors would linger on in the depths of my mind, I knew that I had emerged stronger and wiser for the experience, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and resolve. Story 42. The night was dark and still, the moon casting its silvery glow through the window of my room as I lay in bed, lost in a sea of swirling thoughts and half-formed dreams. It was a familiar ritual, this nightly struggle to find peace amidst the chaos of my own mind, a battle waged in the darkness between sleep and wakefulness, between reality and imagination. As I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, I noticed something strange, a movement in the shadows that danced along the walls, twisting and writhing like living creatures. At first, I dismissed it as nothing more than a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination born from the depths of the night. But as the minutes stretched on and the shadows continued to move, I felt a growing sense of unease gnawing at the edges of my consciousness. It was as if the darkness itself had come alive, its tendrils reaching out to ensnare me in its grasp. With a trembling hand, I reached out and flicked on the bedside lamp, flooding the room with light and banishing the shadows back into the corners where they belonged. But even as the darkness receded, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, lurking just beyond the edges of my vision. As the night wore on, the shadows grew bolder, creeping ever closer to my bed with each passing moment. I could feel their presence like a weight pressing down on my chest, suffocating me with its suffocating embrace. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the shadows began to whisper soft, sibilant words that slithered through the darkness like serpents in the night. At first, I couldn't make out what they were saying, their voices too faint and distant to decipher. But as I listened closer, I realized with growing horror that the shadows were speaking to me, their words a twisted symphony of fear and madness that sent shivers down my spine. They spoke of things long forgotten, of secrets buried in the depths of my own subconscious, waiting to be unearthed by the darkness that lurked within. Terrified and disoriented, I buried my head beneath the covers, hoping to drown out the voices and escape the nightmare that had consumed my reality. But no matter how hard I tried to shut them out, the whispers persisted, their words growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. With a sense of desperation clawing at my insides, I leaped out of bed and stumbled towards the door, intent on fleeing the room and the horrors that lay within. But as I reached for the doorknob, a cold chill swept through the air, freezing me in place as a voice whispered in my ear. "Stay," it said, the words echoing through the darkness with a chilling finality. I tried to resist, to fight against the invisible force that held me captive in its grasp, but it was no use. The shadows had me now, their whispers wrapping around me like a vice, binding me to this place of nightmares and despair. And so I remained, trapped in the darkness with nothing but the whispers of the shadows for company. Hours passed, the night stretching on into eternity as I lay there, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. But just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, a sliver of light broke through the darkness, banishing the shadows back into the depths from whence they came. With a sigh of relief, I closed my eyes and let the warmth of the morning sun wash over me, grateful to be free from the clutches of the night. And though the memory of that fateful night would haunt me for years to come, I emerged from the darkness a stronger and more resilient person, ready to face whatever horrors the future might hold with courage and determination. Story 43. It was a crisp autumn morning when I stumbled upon the stack of unsent letters nestled inside my mailbox, a strange anomaly in the otherwise routine chore of checking the mail. The letters were addressed to me from me, each one bearing a date in the not-too-distant future. Confusion washed over me as I flipped through the letters, my heart pounding in my chest with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. How was it possible that I had written these letters to myself, describing events that hadn't yet come to pass? I retreated to the solitude of my living room, the letters spread out before me like pieces of a puzzle waiting to be solved. With trembling hands, I reached for the first letter and began to read a narrative of events that unfolded with eerie precision, each word a chilling reminder of the mysteries that lay buried within. The letters spoke of love and loss, of triumph and tragedy, weaving a tapestry of experiences that seemed to span the breadth of human emotion. They described chance encounters and unexpected opportunities, moments of joy and sorrow that awaited me just beyond the horizon of tomorrow. But as I delved deeper into the letters, I realized that they were more than just a glimpse into the future. They were a warning, a cautionary tale of the choices that lay ahead and the consequences they would bring. I read of friendships betrayed and trust broken, of roads not taken and dreams left unfulfilled. And with each passing letter I felt a sense of unease settle over me, a nagging doubt that lingered at the edges of my consciousness, whispering of the dangers that lay ahead. But try as I might, I couldn't shake the feeling that the letters held the key to unlocking the mysteries of my own destiny, that within their words lay the answers to the questions that had plagued me for so long. And so, armed with newfound determination and a sense of purpose that burned bright within me, I set out to decipher the messages hidden within the letters, to unravel the threads of fate that bound me to a future I had yet to experience. But as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, I found myself torn between conflicting emotions, a desire to heed the warnings of the letters, and a longing to defy fate and forge my own path forward. I wrestled with doubt and uncertainty, grappling with the weight of the choices that lay before me. Should I follow the guidance of the letters and avoid the pitfalls that awaited me, or should I embrace the unknown and take a leap of faith into the abyss of tomorrow? And yet, despite the turmoil that raged within me, I couldn't deny the undeniable truth that lay hidden within the letters, that they held the power to change the course of my life, for better or for worse. And so, with a sense of resolve that burned bright within me, I set out to confront the challenges that lay ahead, to embrace the uncertainty of the future and carve out a path of my own making. But as I ventured into the unknown, I couldn't shake the feeling that the letters were watching me, that they knew the outcome of my choices before I did, and that my fate had already been sealed in their words. I encountered moments of doubt and despair, moments when I questioned the wisdom of my decisions and longed for the comfort of the familiar. But with each passing trial I grew stronger, more resilient, until at last I stood on the precipice of tomorrow, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and determination. And as I looked back on the journey that had brought me to this moment, I realized that the letters had been more than just a warning. They had been a gift, a guiding light in the darkness, leading me ever closer to the truth of who I was meant to be. For in the end, it wasn't the events described in the letters that defined me, it was the choices I made in response to them, the courage to confront the unknown and embrace the uncertainties of life with open arms. And as I reached out to grasp the future that awaited me, I knew that whatever trials and tribulations lay ahead, I would face them head on, armed with the knowledge that within the letters lay the power to shape my own destiny, one word at a time. Story 44. The library was my sanctuary, a haven of knowledge and imagination where I could lose myself in the pages of a good book and escape the trials and tribulations of everyday life. And there was one book in particular that had captured my attention, a mysterious tome tucked away in a forgotten corner of the library, its weathered cover adorned with strange symbols and arcane sigils. Intrigued by its enigmatic allure, I had checked out the book and brought it home, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay hidden within its pages. But as I soon discovered, this was no ordinary book. Each time I opened it, I found myself transported to a different world, a new story unfolding before my eyes with each turn of the page. At first, I was entranced by the book's seemingly endless variety of tales, stories of adventure and romance, mystery and intrigue, each one more captivating than the last. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months, I began to notice a strange pattern emerging. No matter which story I chose to read, they all seemed to follow the same basic structure: a hero's journey, a quest for knowledge or enlightenment, a struggle against the forces of darkness and despair. It was as if the book itself was guiding me, leading me down a path of discovery that I could never have imagined. But just when I thought I had begun to unravel the mysteries of the book, it threw me a curveball, a story unlike any I had ever encountered before, a tale of darkness and despair that sent shivers down my spine. As I turned the pages, I felt a growing sense of unease gnawing at the edges of my consciousness. The words seemed to twist and writhe on the page, their meaning shifting and changing with each passing moment, until at last, I found myself staring at a blank expanse of white paper, devoid of any words or images. I blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. Had the book run out of stories? Or was there something more sinister at play, a darkness lurking within its pages, waiting to consume anyone foolish enough to delve too deep? With a sense of trepidation, I closed the book and set it aside, vowing never to open it again. But try as I might, I couldn't shake the feeling that the book was calling to me, its siren song beckoning me back into its clutches with promises of knowledge and adventure beyond my wildest dreams. Days turned into weeks, and still the book sat on my shelf, its blank pages a constant reminder of the mysteries that lay within. And then, one fateful night, as I lay awake in bed, unable to sleep, I felt a strange compulsion stirring within me, a voice whispering in the back of my mind, urging me to pick up the book once more. With trembling hands, I reached for the book and opened it, half expecting to find the pages still blank. But to my astonishment, the words were there, flowing across the page like a river of ink, each sentence more mesmerizing than the last. I read on, lost in the world of the book, oblivious to the passage of time as the words danced before my eyes. But just when I thought I had reached the climax of the story, the words began to fade, their once vibrant colors growing dull and lifeless, until at last the page was blank once more. I stared in disbelief at the empty page before me, the words I had just read already fading from my memory like a dream upon waking. What had happened? Where had the story gone? With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that the book was gone, its tales of adventure and mystery swallowed up by the darkness that lurked within its pages. And though I would never forget the stories it had told me, I knew that I could never return to the world of the book, for once it had vanished, it was gone forever, leaving behind nothing but an empty void in its wake. Story 45. It started as a simple experiment, an attempt to capture my thoughts and reflections in a digital diary, a way to preserve the fleeting moments of inspiration and introspection that often slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. But what began as a solitary endeavor soon took on a life of its own, as I discovered that I was not alone in the recesses of my own mind. I recorded my thoughts each day, speaking into the microphone with a sense of purpose and determination. But as I played back the recordings, I noticed something strange, a voice, faint and distant, interjecting comments and observations that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the confines of my own consciousness. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the recording device, a glitch in the system, perhaps, or the product of an overactive imagination. But as the days passed, the voice grew louder, more insistent, until it could no longer be ignored. I listened to the recordings with a sense of unease, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to make sense of the strange phenomenon that unfolded before me. Who was the other voice, and what did it want from me? As I delved deeper into the recordings, I realized that the other voice was more than just a figment of my imagination. It was a reflection of my own inner thoughts and desires, a manifestation of the doubts and fears that lurked beneath the surface of my consciousness. But there was something different about the other voice, something that set it apart from the chaos of my own mind. It spoke with a clarity and conviction that I could not ignore, offering insights and observations that made too much sense to be dismissed as mere coincidence. I listened to the recordings with a sense of fascination and trepidation, drawn into a world of uncertainty and intrigue that seemed to blur the line between reality and fantasy. And yet, despite the strangeness of the situation, I couldn't shake the feeling that the other voice held the key to unlocking the mysteries of my own existence. With each passing day, I grew more obsessed with the recordings, spending hours poring over the words spoken by the other voice in search of some clue, some hint of its true identity. But the more I searched, the more elusive the answers became, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And then, just when I was on the brink of giving up hope, a breakthrough came a chance encounter with an old friend who claimed to have knowledge of a long-forgotten secret that had been buried for generations. They spoke of a legend, a tale of voices from beyond the grave, of spirits that lingered in the shadows, whispering secrets and truths that lay hidden from mortal eyes. And as they recounted the details of the story, I felt a sense of recognition wash over me, a deep-seated knowing that I had heard it before, somewhere in the depths of my own subconscious. For the legend spoke of a bond, a connection forged in the fires of fate, linking two souls together in an eternal dance of light and shadow. And though the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, I knew that I had to follow it to confront the truth of the other voice and uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the surface. With a sense of determination that burned bright within me, I set out to confront the other voice, to seek out the answers that had eluded me for so long and uncover the secrets that lay buried within the recesses of my own mind. But as I delved deeper into the mystery, I realized that the other voice was not a separate entity at all. It was a part of me, a reflection of the thoughts and feelings that had long remained buried beneath the surface of my consciousness. And as I embraced the truth of my own existence, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, a sense of liberation that transcended the confines of mortal existence. For in that moment I had come face to face with the other voice within me, and I knew that it was not something to be feared or ignored, but embraced as a part of who I was meant to be. Story 46. It was a bleak and dreary day when I stumbled upon the train, a seemingly ordinary commuter train that stood on the platform, its sleek silver exterior gleaming in the dim light of the station. But as I approached, I realized that there was something strange about the train, something that set it apart from the countless others that had come before it. There were no signs or schedules to indicate its destination, no ticket booth or conductor to guide me on my way. And yet, despite the uncertainty that surrounded it, I felt a sense of curiosity stir within me, a longing to embark on a journey into the unknown, to leave behind the confines of the mundane world and explore the mysteries that lay beyond. With a sense of determination that burned bright within me, I stepped aboard the train and took my seat by the window, my heart pounding in anticipation of the adventure that awaited me. But as the train pulled out of the station and began to gather speed, I realized that this journey would be unlike any other I had ever experienced. The scenery outside remained unchanged, a monotonous blur of gray buildings and barren landscapes that stretched out before me like an endless desert. There were no signs of life, no landmarks to mark the passage of time, only the rhythmic clacking of the train's wheels against the tracks, a steady cadence that echoed in the silence of the empty car. I glanced around at my fellow passengers, searching for some sign of recognition or understanding in their eyes. But they were as enigmatic as the train itself, their faces obscured by shadows as they stared blankly ahead, lost in their own thoughts and memories. As the hours turned into days, and the days into weeks, I found myself consumed by a sense of unease and gnawing doubt that lingered at the edges of my consciousness, whispering of the dangers that lurked beyond the confines of the train. And yet, despite the uncertainty that surrounded me, I couldn't shake the feeling that this journey was somehow important, that it held the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe and uncovering the truth of my own existence. I spent hours poring over old maps and timetables, searching for some clue, some hint of the train's destination. But the more I searched, the more elusive the answers became, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And then, just when I was on the brink of giving up hope, a breakthrough came, a chance encounter with a fellow passenger who claimed to have knowledge of a hidden truth that had been buried for generations. They spoke of a legend, a tale of a train that traversed the boundaries of time and space, ferrying passengers to a realm beyond imagination. And as they recounted the details of the story, I felt a sense of recognition wash over me, a deep-seated knowing that I had heard it before, somewhere in the depths of my own subconscious. For the legend spoke of a journey into the unknown, where time stood still and reality was but a fleeting illusion. And though the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, I knew that I had to follow it to confront the mysteries of the train and uncover the truth of my own existence. With a sense of determination that burned bright within me, I set out to explore the train, to venture into its hidden depths and unravel the secrets that lay buried within. But as I delved deeper into the labyrinthine corridors and empty compartments, I realized that the train was more than just a mode of transportation. It was a gateway to a realm beyond imagination, where the laws of physics held no sway and the boundaries of reality were but a distant memory. I encountered strange and wondrous sights along the way, visions of worlds that defied description and landscapes that shifted and changed with each passing moment. But try as I might, I could find no sign of the train's destination, no clue as to the purpose of my journey. And then, just when I was on the brink of despair, I stumbled upon a hidden compartment, a secret chamber tucked away in the depths of the train, where the answers to all my questions lay waiting to be discovered. With trembling hands, I pushed open the door and stepped inside, my heart pounding in anticipation of the revelations that awaited me. And as I gazed out upon the vast expanse of the cosmos, I realized that the train was more than just a means of transportation. It was a vessel, a conduit to a world beyond imagination, where the boundaries of reality were but a distant memory. And as the train hurtled through the void of space and time, I felt a sense of exhilaration wash over me, a thrill of discovery that pulsed through my veins as I embraced the unknown and embarked on a journey into the infinite. Story 47. The street light outside my house had always been a constant presence, its warm glow casting a comforting blanket of light over the quiet suburban street where I lived. But in recent weeks, something strange had begun to happen every night. Like clockwork, the light would flicker, sending shadows dancing across the pavement below. At first, I dismissed it as nothing more than a glitch in the system, a temporary malfunction that would soon be fixed by the city's maintenance crews. But as the nights turned into weeks and the flickering continued unabated, I began to wonder if there was something more sinister at play. It was on one particularly dark and stormy night that I first noticed the figure standing beneath the flickering streetlight, a shadowy silhouette lurking just beyond the edges of the light's reach, its features obscured by the darkness. I blinked in surprise, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. Who was this mysterious stranger, and what were they doing lurking outside my house in the dead of night? With a sense of trepidation, I stepped closer to the window, peering out into the darkness in search of answers. But to my astonishment, the figure was gone, vanished into thin air, as if it had never been there at all. I shook my head in disbelief, chalking it up to a trick of the light or perhaps my overactive imagination. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unnatural about the flickering streetlight, something that defied rational explanation. Night after night, I found myself drawn to the window, watching as the light flickered and danced, casting eerie shadows on the street below. And each time it did, I caught glimpses of the figure standing beneath it, a silent sentinel watching and waiting in the darkness. With each passing night, the figure seemed to grow bolder, stepping further into the light with each flicker until at last, I could make out its features: a man, tall and gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to bore into my soul. Terrified and unsure of what to do, I reached out to the authorities, hoping that they might shed some light on the mysterious figure that haunted the street outside my house. But to my dismay, they dismissed my concerns as nothing more than paranoia, chalking it up to the stress and anxiety of living alone in a big city. Desperate for answers, I turned to the only person I could trust, my neighbor, Mrs. Jenkins, an elderly widow who had lived on the street for decades. She listened intently as I recounted my tale, her eyes widening in alarm as I described the strange figure that lurked outside my house each night. With a solemn nod, Mrs. Jenkins confessed that she too had seen the figure, a silent specter that haunted the street like a ghost from the past. But when pressed for more information, she clammed up, refusing to speak another word on the matter. Determined to uncover the truth, I set out to investigate the source of the flickering streetlight, determined to put an end to the mystery once and for all. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and a sense of resolve, I ventured out into the darkness, following the trail of flickering light to its source. What I found shocked me to my core, a tangled mess of wires and circuits, corroded and decayed from years of neglect. It was clear that the streetlight had not been properly maintained in years, its flickering a symptom of a deeper problem that had long gone unnoticed. But as I inspected the wiring, a voice called out from the darkness, a voice I recognized all too well as the figure emerged from the shadows, his eyes burning with an otherworldly fire. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice a low, menacing growl that sent a shiver down my spine. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that the figure was no ordinary man, but something far more sinister, a creature of the night, drawn to the flickering light, like a moth to a flame. But before I could react, the figure lunged at me, his hands reaching out to grab hold of me with an otherworldly strength. With a cry of fear, I stumbled backwards, narrowly avoiding his grasp as I fled into the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest as I ran for my life. And though I may never know the true nature of the figure that haunts the street outside my house, one thing is certain: I will never look at a flickering streetlight in quite the same way again. For in the darkness that lurks beneath its glow, there are secrets best left undisturbed, mysteries that defy explanation, and nightmares that are best forgotten. Story 48. The house stood at the edge of town, its weathered facade looming ominously against the backdrop of the setting sun. It was a place of mystery and intrigue, rumored to be haunted by the ghosts of its past inhabitants, a dark history that only added to its allure. Curiosity piqued. I ventured inside, the creaking floorboards echoing in the empty foyer as I made my way through the dimly lit halls. It was then that I stumbled upon it, a room unlike any other I had ever seen, its walls lined with mirrors that stretched from floor to ceiling in an endless maze of reflections. Intrigued by the sight, I stepped inside, the soft glow of the mirrors bathing me in an ethereal light as I gazed upon my own reflection. But as I looked closer, I realized with a start that the mirrors were not just reflecting my current appearance, they were showing me at different stages of my life, from childhood to old age. Mesmerized by the sight, I moved from mirror to mirror, watching in awe as my life unfolded before me in a kaleidoscope of images and memories. There I was as a child, carefree and innocent, laughing and playing in the sunshine. And there I was as a teenager, awkward and unsure, struggling to find my place in the world. But as I moved further into the room, the reflections grew darker, showing me scenes from my past that I would rather forget, moments of pain and heartache, loss and regret. It was as if the mirrors were peering into the depths of my soul, revealing the hidden truths that lay buried beneath the surface. With a sense of unease gnawing at the edges of my consciousness, I tried to tear myself away from the mirrors, to escape the haunting images that seemed to follow me wherever I went. But no matter how hard I tried, I found myself drawn back to the room, unable to resist the pull of its mysterious allure. Hours turned into days as I wandered through the maze of mirrors, lost in a labyrinth of my own making. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I stumbled upon a mirror, unlike any other mirror that showed me not as I was, but as I wished to be. In that mirror, I saw a version of myself that was strong and confident, fearless and free, a vision of the person I had always longed to become. And as I stared into its depths, I felt a surge of hope and determination coursing through my veins, driving me forward towards a brighter future. But as I stepped away from the mirror, a sense of disorientation washed over me, leaving me dizzy and confused. Which reflection was real? Which version of myself was the truest? With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I could no longer trust my own perception, that the mirrors had twisted and distorted my sense of self until I no longer knew who I truly was. Desperate for answers, I sought out the owner of the house, hoping that they might shed some light on the mysteries of the mirror room. But to my dismay, they were nowhere to be found, their presence a mere phantom in the darkness that surrounded me. And so I was left alone with the mirrors, trapped in a prison of my own making, haunted by the endless reflections that mocked and taunted me from every angle. With a heavy heart, I turned and fled from the house, vowing never to return to the mirror room again. But try as I might, I could never escape the memories of what I had seen there, the images of my past selves forever etched into my mind like scars upon my soul. And though I may never know the true nature of the mirrors or the secrets they hold, one thing is certain: I will never look at my own reflection in quite the same way again. For in the depths of the mirror room, I discovered a truth more profound than I could have ever imagined: that the person staring back at me is not defined by the reflections of their past, but by the choices they make in the present.